Welcome to live coverage of the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. Welcome to live coverage of the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky.
And a pleasant good afternoon from beautiful Bellefonte Country Club, the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, as we do the flyover of the signature par 3, number 15. We'll be out there as well as throughout the course later on today. Hello everyone, James Collier. Happy to have you along with us here. Had a tardy start today due to the fog. We had an hour and 15-minute fog delay this morning, so we did not put our first groups out onto the course until 8:15 this morning. So the course is flooded with players as our ladies have gone off as well. So we still have some groups going out. So we're going to take you around the golf course, and this is hole 11. This is the drivable par 4 after making the turn. And a nice roll there for a putt on that one. So we'll get you up with the names and stuff as we get a chance to get acclimated with everybody out on the course as well. We'll have the rolling leaderboard across the bottom of your screen, and then we'll keep the top fives over on the far side. And right there you see your boys leaderboard of Daniel He at 6 under par through 13 today. Ben Cowgill is at 4 under. Taylin Bean at 3 under along with Kiwei Yu. Medal Tien trying to make it 3 in a row. She's birdied 1. Athena Singh is even. All right, out to hole number 3. This is the par 3 on the back side. Ladies playing it at 130. Boys will play it at 140. We'll get you a full look at the leaderboard here in just a few as well. Pin up on the front of the green, and this one will find the dance floor, and a nice shot there, and a chance at birdie. Looks like a couple of balls on the putting surface. So our first group of ladies went off at 10:20 with the back-to-back defending champion of Medal Tien along with the champion 3 years ago of Athena Singh. Now to 15. This is the signature par 3. So the boys will play this one up for today and tomorrow. And then on Friday, it moves all the way in the back and will play somewhere between 215 to 220 yards. But today, the biggest thing with this green is you want to keep the ball below the hole. I went out and putted this green earlier this week, and the amount of movement going downhill was ridiculous. The greens are very slow for now. Due to the rain that we've had, they have really been softened up and very receptive. The question is that if we can get some wind, some heat, then will it dry them out? And that's a good shot right there, below the hole. Now the question is going to stay on the green. That will be a nice shot there for a birdie putt. Now we go back to the tee at 15. Again, bunkers right and left. Water really not much in play for the first 2 rounds. And this one's going to find the dance floor, and we'll check, and that one will stay put. So 2 birdie putts right there, and then a third over off to the left side. So all 3 balls on the putting surface here for our group at 15. Okay, let's go back out to the third hole, and our ladies with a chip and a couple of birdie putts. So the other part of this week is the rough. It is treacherous. I went out on the course earlier this week. We'll have some videos that will play out. This is a really nice looking roll here, and that will leave her about 3 feet to finish up for par. So a good run there on the chip. The rough is deep. That's one thing that's going to protect this golf course that does not play long, but it's very narrow. And if you can keep it in the short grass, especially with the greens as receptive as they are, you're going to have an opportunity to throw up a big score. And we're seeing that on our boys' side. The downside is if you lose the short grass and get over in the rough, it gets deep. And there's some play, and we're not talking about Oakmont deep, but there are some places that the ball will well disappear. I went out on 2 on Monday and did some shots, and we'll get some video of that a little bit later on. But a 56 through the cabbage basically, and I mean it took a hefty poke to poke it through there. So a couple of birdie rolls going here for the ladies. Again, we were getting updates of our group names, and then all of a sudden those went sideways. So we will try to identify our groups as they go through and keep you up to date there. Cameron Phillips, last year's champion, who set the course record, he's finished today at 2 over par. He birdied, I believe, 18 to get to that mark. Again, everybody plays the first 2 days, and then we'll cut the field down on Friday and play for the championship. A little bit left there for her par putt. She'll go ahead and finish out. And now a birdie roll. This putt should move left to right. Not a lot of movement. And again, with the break and the slowness of the greens right now, you just kind of want to give it a good run. Let's jump over to 18 real quick and a chip, and then we'll go back out to 3. Short-sided here just at the first cut. It looks like he's going to try to just get a little spinner here is what he's looking at. And a nice run. Oh, it lips out. A great shot there at 18 that lips out, but a great run. All right, so we'll get another bump and run here at just a little bit too stiff, and that was going to roll about 5 feet past. So some work left to do on the backside of that one. There at 18 for the boys. He's going to go ahead and finish out. All right, let's go to the first tee, and we get a group teeing off. I believe they said Melody Lee out of Cupertino, California. This would be pretty close to our 11-20 group, so that would leave us still with 5 girls groups still to go. All groups playing in threesomes except for our finals ladies group of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. That will go off as a twosome in our final group today. Tomorrow we'll flip. The girls will go first, then the boys will follow. In the first hole, par 5, 450, very gettable first for the boys and the girls. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboards. We'll start first with our boys. Again, Daniel He at 6 under par through 13. Ben Cowgill at 4 under. Talon Bean at 3, along with Kiyu Wu. Sky Sun, Cam Sharp, and Caleb Walsh at 2 under par. And then Griffin Latimer, Brandon O'Keefe, and Arno Whaley, at 1 under par. Page 2 of the leaderboard, we go down to a tie for 14th at even par. All right, let's go back out to the course. And let's go to 17. This is a look from the United Rentals Tower Cam. 17, a par 4. A dog leg left that plays uphill, and it protects itself very nicely. There are some different directions that you can go at this hole from the tee. And it depends on how ambitious you wish to be when you go for that tee shot. There's some guys that will try to play this one through the trees and onto 18 fairway, which if you get it far enough up, does give you a look at the green and a good look at that and let you cut the dog leg. Cam Roberts tried to do that a couple of years ago, coming down the stretch, needing birdie at 18, and could not connect. Cam Phillips last year actually went that direction unintentionally and had to try to scramble. This one's just going to slip by on the right side. The one thing that the greens are going to do with the sun and the heat that we're getting and a nice little breeze that we have here at the golf course, they're going to continue to speed up, but it's just they're not going to get the speed that they were hoping to see when they got here. Nice putt there to finish his ball out, and now about a 3-footer to finish up here at 17. This was one you just want to be firm to the back of the cup. And a nice roll. All right, let's go over to 16. 16, a par 4, 405 for the boys. So the interesting thing with 16 is today is the day you can go get the pin. Tomorrow and Friday, the greenside bunkers on either side, the left and the right, will both be in play. Again, the green's not large here at Bellefonte Country Club, and they protect themselves with greenside bunkers. There is a lot of sand along the way. But if you can find the putting surface and get it to hold, you've got an opportunity. And a nice roll there with a fist pump at its 16. Golf course is absolutely in immaculate shape. Talking with Jeff Bostic, who's the course pro here at Bellefonte Country Club, and Mark Harper, who's the golf superintendent. They've been just absolutely given so much rain this year that they've been able to actually fertilize twice. They fertilized back in March and then did it again middle of last month. So the rain has been welcomed, and that's one of the reasons of why that the golf course is so plush like it is. The backside of it, that is what has slowed these greens up and made them so slow. That's a tough one there as it rolls through and lifts out the backside. Athena Singh has gotten a birdie. She is now tied at the top with Medal Tien. So the last two defending champions at the top of the leaderboard. Seeing the native of Moorhead. And that's a nice roll there at 16 to finish things up. All right, let's check our ladies leaderboard. Again, okay, we'll hold off. There's not a lot out as our ladies are still getting out on the course, so we'll hold tight on that. Okay, let's go over to 18. This is our finishing hole. Again, from the United Rentals Tower Cam. A par 4, 389 yards. This hole plays downhill and then starts an uphill climb when it gets back to the green. I was talking with Jeff Bostic yesterday, and he thought that because of the distance of the size of the rough and the way the course was playing, he thought maybe some low scores were going to be out of question. But we've seen on the leaderboard already a low number posted up there, still with some holes to play, but a good start for our boys of Daniel He at 6 under par, still with 5 holes to go. All right, let's go back out to 3 in our ladies. Again, a 130-yard par 3. Pin up on the front corner today. This is a hole that is not uncommon to see at least one player throughout the event find a hole-in-one on this one. Again, not a lot to it. Just find the dance floor and run a birdie putt at it. And this is a hole that is gettable. Just because of the distance, both for the ladies and the boys, that you can try to get something in there tight, and especially with that hole location today in on the front part of the green. Both of those missed the putting surface, so what we're going to do now is step out for a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get you back out on the course coverage as we continue our live coverage here from the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance from Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella. Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles. Cream and sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Borders Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Borders Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back at the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, as we go back out onto the course, and hole number 4, looking from the United Rentals Tower camera. Again, our ladies making the walk up 4 now. That's a really good shot that just burns over top of the cup. 4 is a very unique hole because you tee off uphill, and you've got to get the berm to where right there for the boys, usually right about that bunker that you see on the left is where you try to stay away from. As you get a nice look of the flyover here, as it bends back from the right side, the boys are going to try to go right at that bunker and get over top of it. The ladies will play right behind that, and in 3 bunkers guarding the very small green that's going to be there. But again, if you can keep this one in the fairway, you've got a really good shot of taking a good look at that pin that gives you a lot of green to work with today. Again, a little bit of breeze in the back, which is going to make foreplay a little bit shorter for most people today. The breeze has certainly helped keep the temperatures comfortable. In the shade, it feels really nice. Out in the sunlight, though, which we are blanketed in sunshine right now, it does pick up. Let's go over to hole 3. And this is going to be a putt from the fringe, just outside the fringe on a downhill roll. And again, that's what we're talking about. That's a really good run from there, though. Coming out of the rough across the fringe and then coming up about 2 feet short, that's a really good run. All right, a very long putt coming here. And this one's going to come up a good 6-7 feet short. And that's that speed that I was talking about, is trying to get it up that hill and to the pin. You can see some putts back there on 2 as well. Now another long putt that'll come here from the far front corner, or far back corner, I should say, with the way the green's playing today. Good run there, and that's a nice roll from that distance. Talon Bean has birdied at 14. He has now moved up to second place. Get our leaderboards as we keep them updated throughout the course. We get those updates as they get posted to the AJGA website, and then it's funneled to us. So we will keep things updated. And if you don't see anything updating for your favorite golfer that you're looking for, it's because we haven't gotten an update from them. So he's still at 6 under. Bean and Cowgill now tied at second at 4 under for the boys. Wu at 3 under, and Cam Sharp in a tie for 5th at 2 under. About an 8-footer here for par. Good roll. All right, let's go to 18, and looks like a flop shot coming up here. Nice soft touch, just catching it in the rough, and that ball needed about another foot to get on the dance floor, and probably was going to trickle right down there next to the cup. So he'll leave a little bit there to go. Now we're going to get a chip shot coming from just shy of the green. Again, this is a play where you want to get the ball on the dance floor and let it start rolling. Got just a little bit too much air under that one, and that's going to leave him some work to do coming back to the hole. That's something these players have tried to work through the practice rounds. Some playing in the Pro-Am yesterday and getting a chance to go out and see the greens, but they are rolling still very slow for what they'd expected. All right, out to 15 now. The boys, 156-yard par 3. That one takes dead aim and is going to move off to the left side. And again, that's where you want to miss today, is you want to stay below the hole with that high pin location. This is the group of Seth Barker, Miles Pena, and Ben Cowgill. So Cowgill in our group at the top. This is Miles Pena. A really nice shot there. Again, staying below the hole, but needs that one to stop. And that will be safely on the dance floor. 15 is a hole that if you can pull a 3, you walk off the golf course and you are happy. Now Seth Barker out of Richmond, Kentucky. Part of our 8:10 tee time this morning that ended up not going off until almost 9:20. Seth, an incoming senior this year. Lefty lets this one fly toward the green. See if he can join his counterparts on the dance floor. And that one goes long, and that's going to be a tough chip coming back from the rough and downhill. So a very tough chip shot coming up for Seth Barker for his second shot at 15. All right, back to hole number 3. The par 3 with the ladies making the run on the backside. Nice shot there on the dance floor and about a 20-footer for birdie. Beautiful afternoon here after heavy fog this morning. They were hoping to start about 7:30 after the 7 o'clock time was well gone, and that was not possible. And this one finds its way over on the hillside, and a tough little chip shot coming up from the front corner of the green on a very tough pin placement there from that location. Ball's going to be above your feet, so you have to be very soft with the hands from that location. 14. Over to 14. This is over on the back side. Par 4, 361 yards it's playing today for the boys. Pretty much a straightaway hole. You do not want to go long on this green because you can see where the ball is right there just at the corner of the fringe and the rough. That's a slope that falls off the back side. That's right exactly where our camera is sitting up on the dance floor there. So a lot of these guys, the big hitters, they can run this almost up toward the green and give themselves a nice little pitch shot to try to run it at the cup. The good part is where it is deep, you can have some dance floor to work with to run it up on the green and let it roll. This one looks like he's going to go with the putter from the fringe. And we've seen this a couple of times already. First, we'll get the chip shot from down in the front. This one's one that a couple of hops and get it on the green and let it start rolling toward the hole. You don't want to run this past the hole, though. Starts to bend it back. That's a great approach shot there. Nice shot on the pitch shot. So he'll have a nice little tap in for that. Now, the thing is that if the temperatures stay the way they are, we keep the slight little breeze that we've had for much of the event, these greens will start to pick up pace. And on Friday, especially with the pin locations on Friday, it becomes a little more difficult of judging how these things are going to move, especially when you're running at slow greens and all of a sudden you start picking the pace up. The interesting thing is going to be how the guys tomorrow make the adjustment that went out this morning after the long fog delay, and our 7 o'clock tee time didn't go out until 8:15. How they work when they go out tomorrow morning at 10:40. And that's, again, if we do not see another fog delay. That's the only issue you run into in this area when it gets warm and humid. The humidity creates fog, and we get a lot of fog in this area here just outside of Ashland, Kentucky. Got this one below the hole, never got it above the hole to give it a look. So it's going to leave him some work to come back up to the cup, some 3 foot. All right, here's our chip shot from 3. This one's one you want to get it onto the green and let it settle soft. Not a bad shot from there. That's about as good as you can do from that spot right there. Coming down that, it's a little bit of a slope. as you could see the ball rolling. But that was a nice, very soft hands right there to get that ball to get onto the green and to stop where it did. All right, let's go out to 16 as we're waiting on a rules official for a decision on, not certain what's going on out at 16. We've got to get a radio from our group here that's taking care. So, and this, okay, so the issue that we're looking at looks like we may have a plugged ball. And the ruling of what you get is if the ball is plugged because of the way it played, if the ball went into the plug and that was its own plug, then you can move it. If it went and rolled back into another hole or another divot, you cannot. Okay, and it looks like that ball is going to play. Yeah, he did not. He was looking for a ruling of a drop, and he did not get it. You can see he's visibly frustrated here. And this is a ball where you have to try to get clean face to the ball because you have no idea which direction this ball is going to go once it leaves the club face. A lot of turf that comes out with it. Okay, and it comes up short. He stays at the top of the leaderboard at 6 under. Bean and Cowgill at 4 under. All right, back to 15. This is our group that had a couple of birdie putts to roll here. This is Miles Pena out of Lincoln, California. That'll give it a run first. Uphill, just getting it to the hole, but again, you do not want to run this past the cup. If you miss it short. Got to bend back to the left. That's a really good roll from right there. So he'll finish that out. And now Ben Cowgill, this will be for par as he had a long birdie putt that was over to the left-hand side. Again, for the boys, this becomes a gauntlet of a hole on Friday when they move it into the back, all the way in the back pin placement, and it'll play some 215 yards. And the biggest difference is when they play from back there, you cannot judge the wind for what it's doing up toward the green. There's usually a crosswind that will get you as that ball goes in flight, and what you'll have at the tee box is not what you'll get when it gets up near the green. Okay, this is back at 16, so this is the shot that came up short. It looks like it's just off the fringe as he does have putter in hand, but we're going to get a chip shot first. This group is our .750 tee time, I believe, and that was Sky Sun. Okay, this is Taken Bean. That one's going to scoot on past. Okay, out to 12. This is a par 3 on the back side. He did not like the connection on that one. As Penn is leaning, though, for a birdie, and he's going to sneak that one on the front corner. Movement on the ladies' leaderboard as Athena Singh has gotten a birdie and has taken the lead at 2 under par through 5. Twelve's a hole that is very deceptive. It's uphill, a lot of carry, and you see a lot of balls end up right there. That is a safe place to end up. If you go long, you roll off the backside. This is a tough shot at 18 as we go now. You want to try to get this up in the air, set it soft perfectly, and a roll. That is a beautiful shot at 18. He needed probably about 6 more inches of less hop in that fringe, but that is a shot from that spot to get it up over top of that hillside you would take in a heartbeat. All right, back out to 12. And we're playing follow the leader as 3 players are going to have 3 birdie putts from about 3 feet apart each. But again, the safe spot at 12 down on that far corner to roll it back up to that back pin. Okay, back to 18. Putt will move from the right to the left as you view it on your screen. But again, just don't give the hole away here. Probably about a half a cup as it comes to the hole, and firm with it. And you've got plenty of to work with from behind. There's the bend. Ooh, just a little bit too much. That was a good roll, though. Our ladies are going out at the 11:40 tee time, so 3 more groups after that one to go. And can't get the up and down to finish, so he'll give one back there. But that was still a dandy of a shot from past the green there at 18 to get to that point, but just could not capitalize. Okay, over to 11. This is the par 4 that is drivable for the boys. Short-sided on this chip shot coming up. Very, very fluffy from that spot, but you can see the ball. So this is one you've got to be careful. You don't, if depending on what you're trying to do, you don't want to get a flyer here. It looks like he's going to try to flop underneath it and just get this ball, sit it right at about the fringe is where you're trying to get it to go, and just let it trickle down toward the hole. Really opening up that club face. Hands soft through the ball here and get it high. Perfect sit. There's the roll down to the cup. Go in. That's a great shot there at 11. So a tap in as he brings it through the backside there. He's going to go ahead and tap in, and I believe we've got a player that's still off the green. Okay, let's go to 5. Tee shot for the ladies. 5 349-yard par 4. something about these youngsters is they strike the ball so well. Take this tee shot here at 5, and then we'll check our girls' top 10 as we do have scores starting to roll in. As again, the hour 15-minute fog delay this morning was the last thing that I think anybody thought that we were going to run into with the weather that we've seen. If anything, it was going to be rain. But knock on wood, we think that we're going to be okay through most of the event. And again, our third year here covering the event, we've stayed dry every day. We hope that we maintain that. All right, let's take a look at our ladies' leaderboard. Again, Athena Singh's at 2 under. Her and Medellin, they have won the last 3 events. Medellin has gone back-to-back last year and the year prior, and then Athena Singh won it the year prior to that. Singh at 2 under. Tien and Liu at 1 under. Nara Hope Kim, Claire Liu, Sienna Wang, Haley Lee, all at even. Madison Koshko, Angela Liang, and Serena Zhang at 1 over par. Back to 15. Tried to putt from, looked like right at the collar of the rough and the fringe, and left that one well short. So the lefty up the top, he's going to have a tricky one here. I did this putt on Monday. I moved my putter about 3 inches, and the ball ran almost 13 feet. And you could see it. He softly touched that one, and that one's going to burn past the hole. Hang on, it's not going to slow down. He's going to leave him a good 6 feet coming back up the hill. And you could see, I mean, he barely moved his hands to move that putter to get that ball going. But once it starts down that hill, it is a goner. And that's the thing, that the way this hole will play on Friday is you see a lot of balls that end up on the backside of the hole, which turns it into a very daunting task. Nice roll there for a par putt at 15. All 3 of these putts here are par putts. This the leftover from the attempt just outside the fringe from the left edge. Tap that one in for a bogey, and that's what can happen here at number 3 very easily. It can get away from you in a hurry. Again, our defending champion on the boys' side, Cam Phillips, had a 2 over par today. That one's going to lip out. And a pair of bogeys coming from 15 in this group. Okay, over to 16. This is the group of Ben Cowgill, Seth Parker, and Miles Pena. That's Miles Pena there that is walking up. That shot prior to that was Seth Barker. And then off to the side here is Ben Cowgill. I would imagine this would be for birdie from just off the collar of the green. first cut of the rough, or the fringe, excuse me. And left that one well short. All right, Miles Pena now, giving his a look. So Pena, what I would imagine would be a birdie putt as well. And he knows that he left that one off the face as soon as it got there. Pena will mark his ball to move for Seth Parker to make his roll. Cowgill giving a good look here while Parker is still ready to give his a roll. I would believe this would be for birdie. And it misses underneath the hole. Parker will finish out with a par. Just had an eagle on 11. That's the drivable par 4. It was a chip in, I was being told from our group out there. Our 11:50 group going off now at hole number 1 for the ladies. Ireland Roberts, Piper Dunn, and Audrey Zaho. And a nice finish there for Cowgill. All right, let's go to the 10th. Oh, no, actually, yeah, we'll go to the 10. He's up there. There he is. He's off to the left-hand side. 10, a par 5, 474 yards for the boys. He's still awaiting to cut loose. All right, let's go to 3, and we're looking for, I believe, a ruling. And typically when you're sitting in this position, the question is whether the ball is in the bunker or not. A lot of times when you see a position like this, what's happened is the ball has gotten very close to where the edge of the grass and the sand come together. And you can have sand that is outside the bunker that the ball is around, but it is not actually considered inside the bunker. We had one like this last year back on 12, and they had to make the decision of whether the ball was in the bunker or not. The reason of it is if the ball is in the bunker, you cannot ground your club. If the ball is outside the bunker, you may ground your club. So you can see how that ground feels of where you're getting to make your connection to. So and you can't say enough about all the great officials here with the AJGA. They do a stellar job and have done a phenomenal job every single year. Back at 12 with the bunker shot out at the par 3. Soft hands there, and that's not too shabby from there. He'll try to finish it out about some 5 feet for a sand save at 12. That's the group, I believe, of Jake Holzer, Hudson Grace and William Bellefonte. So we do have a rules official there. Now, the other question we may have had here was a plugged ball. And that's what it is. We have got, she is getting relief. So you can see the club that's being placed. So she has gotten relief from whatever the situation was that's happening there in the bunker. Because I saw the club go down for the club relief. Now, the thing that she will do at this point, you hold the ball from your knee, you drop it. If it rolls again closer to the hole or rolls back into where the bunker is, then after the second attempt, then you will place the ball no closer to the hole into a playable stance. And this is going to be a tough little shot here at 3. All right, run out to 5 real quick for tee shots here for the ladies. Okay, back to 3 for our shot that I'm guessing is just outside the bunker. We may see still some sand coming up depending on where the positioning of the ball is. Gripped really far down on that club. Got a clean release, and that's a nice shot. Really good shot there. Got it to sit softly at the fringe, and we'll leave about 3 feet to go in for the par. And that's a testament to what I've talked about, the ability these players do. They could put the ball pretty much where they want it, how they want it, and that right there was a beautiful shot from a very tight lie. And probably some 3-4 feet there to finish things up for a par. Athena Singh continues to lead on the girls' side at 2 under par. Her and Metal Tian are in the same group together, but Tian has not updated her score since the 4th hole. That's the reason you see the differences in that. Again, as the scores get updated to the AJGA website, we get them. Daniel, he is in the clubhouse, at a 64 6 under par on this par 70 course. Okay, back to 16 we go. This should be the group of Cameron Sharp, Nathan Chapman, and Michael Vivione. All right, out to 15 tee shots here. Not liking where that one took off. And it'll find the dance floor, but it's going to be a long putt if it'll stay on. That's the question. Okay, back over to 16. I believe this is Cameron Sharp. No, I checked that. This is Michael Vivione. All right, back to 15 we go. Again, we're trying to identify the players based off of photographs that we got from somewhere on the course. They were supposed to put everybody in line this morning. We did not get those, so we'll work with it. It's all good. Greatly appreciate all of our wonderful workers here with the AJGA and all that they do and their support that they give us for the tournament. And can't say enough about Ryan and Matthew, the two guys that have put this tournament together as the tournament directors. They do a phenomenal job. Ryan Flanagan, he's the kind of the director over this area. And I talked to him about an hour and a half ago. And he said, I'm getting ready to leave. I'm headed to Wisconsin to get ready for the next one. So Matthew O'Connell is our tournament director, and both of them have been phenomenal of doing their jobs here. So this young man playing earlier this morning as soon as his round got going. Off to the right, and it's just going to stay off on the fringe. So we have a decision to go with there, whether he wants to try to spin one from the fringe or try to roll it up the hillside. All right, back to 16 we go. This is Michael Vivione from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, an incoming senior this year. Again, Daniel He in the clubhouse at 6 under. Talon Bean has moved up to 5 under. Good putt there for Vivione. And now Cam Sharp. And he finishes that one through there. So our last to go here is Nathan Chapman. Chapman out of Jackson, Kentucky, class of 2029. All right, we've got a little bit of lull on the course, so we'll step out for a break. We'll continue our coverage. You're watching the 2025 National Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, live from Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Since 1932, we've been a proud part of Kentucky, dedicated to serving our members with integrity, respect, and a commitment to excellence. We believe that by working together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Whether you're saving for a new home, planning for retirement, or starting your own business, we're here to help you every step of the way. So stop wishing and start doing. And let's build a financially successful future together. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
The Greenup County Public Library system is the best. Read the latest bestsellers in large print, regular print, or audio CDs. You can also check out movies or place a hold on a book on our website or call one of the library locations to place a hold. There are community meeting rooms available by reservation at all locations for clubs and organizations. And be sure to check out the Jesse Stewart collection at the Greenup County branch. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter. Primary Plus is celebrating 40 years of its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health care. With over 11 primary care locations throughout the region, Primary Plus believes in our communities and our patients. The Primary Plus name means primary care plus so much more, offering extended services such as women's health, pediatrics, dental, counseling, diabetes management, infusion services, and on-site pharmacy that offers free delivery. Primary Plus believes in connecting health care for you and your family and is always welcoming new patients. Learn more at primaryplus.net.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Back at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance here at the Bellefonte Country Club. We go to number 10, the par 5, as they make the turn for our boys. A driving iron here. And again, you look at a par 5 and you think, why a driving iron? This hole is so tight. Jeff, can we get a flyover of 10 real quick? And we'll show in perspective of where you can get into trouble. As you can see, that's 8. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That is definitely not hole number 10. Hole number 8 is a hole that we don't get a lot of coverage with because it's on the very back of the course, and it's tough to get back there with cell phone signal. Okay, here we go with number 10. There's the pool. So down that right-hand side is OB. You can see the road there. That sand bunker likes to gather things up as it goes through. And then, depending on what you do, if you try to go for it in 2, a very small circle green guarded by bunkers on both sides, leaving yourself about 251 if you can get out to that second bunker there, making a shot at the green. Depending on what you're trying to do, whether you want to leave yourself in between that 51 to 106 mark and try to do your third shot up there. But it's a very narrow green. It narrows down as it goes toward the hole. Out at number 3, I believe that right there was Morgan Kennedy that just putted. That is our 11:20 tee time. Morgan just graduated. She's in the group with Melody Liu and Cynthia Zhang. Again, our boys leader, Daniel He, in the clubhouse at 6 under 64. That one comes up well short. Something we've talked about, the speed of these greens, of where they're going to be. I had an opportunity to discuss that and some other things leading into this 42nd event here at Bellefonte Country Club with the course pro, Jeff Bostic. And let's join that and have his comments on the tournament as we go through this event.
Joined now with PGA professional and the pro here at Bellefonte Country Club, Jeff Bostic. Jeff, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Let's talk about the event today. The amateur, an opportunity for the members and sponsors to get out with the kids and stuff. Tell me about the event.
Yeah, so it's mainly all the sponsors, volunteers. We had 29 teams. The group actually behind us is Leanne Harden, who won 4 years, 97, 98, 99, 2000. So she's playing in that group behind us with her son. So it's good to have her back. She's glad to be back, and she had a good time with Jack Freeman, who's with us today. He was a pro when she won all those years, so they had a good time talking before the event. So
getting an opportunity to see that, you get the people that have come and gone through this and really kind of springboarded their careers. How big is that?
Oh, it's great. Back we did our 100-year anniversary, and we said, we had a bunch of people like Justin Thomas, Emma Talley sent us all messages who went on to play professional golf. So it's great to see, all those people, and we had Jim Furyk and Ben Curtis. All those. We've had some good names here that's participated in the event, so it's been great.
When you get an event like this, that you see the longevity of it, what's that say about what it does for not only just for this area, but for the golfers that come to play in this event?
Well, it's just like every year. A lot of the parents will come in and say this is probably their favorite event of the year. The membership embraces it. They volunteer and do anything. There's not many clubs that'll turn their course over for a week, but we've been doing it for 42 years, so it's been great.
Let's talk about the golf course. It looks like it's in beautiful condition. We've had a lot of rain this year, which has helped in some cases, but the rough is going to be punishing this week if you get into it.
The rough is definitely punishing. I've witnessed that today. So, with a lot of rain, we've fertilized the whole golf course twice so far this year, and with the rain, so it is very healthy. So I look for this. It'll be interesting to see how the scores are compared to previous years.
Now, the other side we get with that is the greens are a little slow, but with the wind and the rain, the rain chances that have gone away, now there's hopefully toward the end of the week they're going to pick up the speed a little bit.
Yeah, the speed should pick up, and if the greens get firmer with the higher rough, I look for the winning score to only be a couple under par probably compared to
13 last year,
9, 10, 11, 12, whatever that is. So, So
good deal. All right. Greatly appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Jeff Bostic, the club pro here at Bellefonte Country Club, and greatly appreciate him and all of his great staff here at the course for giving us a moment to talk with him yesterday during the Pro-Am. We got to hole number 3. Again, the ladies working back on the par 3. Ladies went off last today, so they'll go out first tomorrow. Shot just a little bit long and in that thick stuff, and that's something that we've talked about, is the size of the rough here. And that's going to be a tough shot just to try to get it up and on the dance floor to do something with that one. Again, here at 3, your goal, just put it in the center of the green. Takes that one right over top of the pin. That's a nice shot that'll leave her with a birdie putt coming back up the hill. A nice look there at birdie at 3. This one's just off the fringe, and we'll leave her a decision whether she wants to go pin high, whether she wants to go with a chip or try to roll it with the putter. All right, let's go to 12. This is our boys group, 179 yard, slightly uphill, pin in the back of this green. Hole will play closer to about 190. And off to the right-hand side of the green, and some work to do there to try to finish out 2-putt for a par. Taylon Bean in the clubhouse at 4 under par and a tie for second. Ben Cowgill tied for him at 4 under as well with 3 holes to go. And that one finds it on the front left corner. Can't say enough about our great crew that's been working through everything that we've had to deal with this week to get everything set up and prepared. And everything was working so perfectly yesterday. And then we get to the course this morning, and it started at 7 o'clock this morning. And we've battled some elements and some stuff that's beyond our control. But again, it's the stuff behind the scenes that's happening that you never see. But organized chaos is a lot of times what I like to call it. And it's always good when it's done and you don't know that it's happening. But hat tip to our entire crew. My executive producer is Jeff Irwin. Our executive director is Trey Collier. Our camera operators out on the course, I've got Katie Irwin, Felicia Collier, Jacob Hankins, Cam Bryan, and Philip Roark, bringing you all these great shots that you see out on the course. Over to number 3. Now we've got the chip shot that's going to be first. That's just a little bit long. And we've seen a couple of shots like this from this. Again, that ball sitting up nicely, so that's good. Again, this one will slide a little bit left to right, a downhill movement. So probably trying to get this just over top of about where her top of her cap is and get it sitting down, and she got under it too much. And that's the difference of what we've talked about the rough this week. I had a shot that I was practicing this week out here playing around in the rough, and I did that exact same thing. I tried 4 different chip shots of trying to see whether it was going to be a bump and run that was going to be the best opportunity or trying to go with a flop shot. And every time that I worked out of the deep rough, I had better luck with trying to flop it. The bump and run, just trying to get that quick check or that spinner, it was just so hard to get the club through the rough. And it would just grab the hosel and it would stop. And right there was a great example of what we're talking about, the rough this week. Again, we're not Oakmont rough, but it is still challenging for these players around this course. Again, not very long. Course plays right at 6,000 yards, but it protects itself very nicely. Okay, from the fringe with the putter, so about a 25-footer here. A little bit downhill, not a lot of movement in this. Good smooth roll through, but burn that one past the cup. Again, I think we may be anticipating a little bit more of coming off of that fringe and got a clean roll. Sometimes you'll come off of the fringe and you'll get a hop. That time she got nothing, and it was just a scorcher past the hole. So this for birdie on a ball that just about took the pin, the flag of the pin off as it came over top of it. And we'll be with you again tomorrow and Friday for second round and final day coverage. Originally scheduled to start at around 11 today, but due to the fog delay, that pushed us back a little bit. This one's going to lose it underneath the hole and leave her about 3 feet. All right, 11. This is the par. I'm trying to gather where we are on this shot. This is the par 4. Okay, this is beyond. Yeah, this is beyond the hole here. Okay. Yeah, that was from behind the. I was trying to gather where the shot was. He was behind the green, and gets that one to settle on there. So a nice run for him. They're at 11. Well, we've got another shot coming up the hill. I believe over off their right-hand side of the green, coming maybe out of the trees. There he comes. There's the ball just finding its way onto the putting surface. So now all 3 balls have made their way there. Eleven's a very unique hole because, again, from the tee, you're looking up and you're like, I can get this. And as you can see here, it's 292. And for a lot of these youngsters on the boys' side, they can go get that. That is within their reach. But 2 green side bunkers on the front guarding a very narrow passageway. If you're going to go anywhere here, you can go long. You do have that tree that's there on the back side. Our camera is placed off to the left-hand side of that. You are OB right, and you can see the heavy trees over there, so you definitely want to stay away from that location. A fairly large landing surface that's you can play out of around the green. The problem of it is the thickness of that rough. I mean, it will go in there and get it. So that leaves you a lot to work with if you end up off the green when you come in for either that first shot from the tee or when you try to go to your second shot. All right, out to 5 tee box for the ladies. par 4, 340 yards. And we lost our signal out there. We'll go back to it in just a second as we go back to 3. Middle Tian has even things up with Athena Singh at 2 under par. They're both in the same group today. Tie for third at 1 under par with 3 ladies there. This one rolling down the hill, and that one's going to be an interesting shot as well because the ball's going to be above your feet. And that downhill slope, short-sighted with that pin placement. We've seen that shot in a couple of times already, and they've done a good job with it. But it's, again, just trying to get it on the right about the fringe and let it trickle to the hole. Great shot there. That almost went in. Take aim at the pin at number 3. And a birdie tap in there that almost hopped in the cup for the ace. We'll check and see the names of this group when they get up to the tee box at 4. But that was a phenomenal shot at the par 3 third here at Bellefonte Country Club. One more ball to finish out this threesome. That one stays off the putting surface. All right, let's go to number 11. This is the par 4. So this is again, I don't know if this is his 3rd shot or his 4th shot. It was depending on where that ball was, because he was past the hole and he came back across. So this is his 4th shot, I've been told. He's going to give one back here at 11. Just left that one off the edge of the cup. And that one lips out. How many times have we seen that today of putts that have lipped out? And that makes you believe that these greens might have started to speed up a little bit, starting to get some speed to them. Again, some really big scores that have gone up with the leaderboard at already the leader in at 6 under, a couple of golfers at 4 under. And that's a good solid start to get out on day 1. So things wrapped up at 11. Well, we've talked about the rough, so let's take a look at some of this stuff. Earlier this week, on Monday, I went out on the course to do some surveying, walk the course, look at some of the pin locations, and kind of try my hand at some of these shots these kids were going to have. And I will tell you right now, mine were nowhere near what they do. We'll look at that in just a second. We'll take a look at this tee shot here at 15 first. And then we'll go out and look at my shots at hole number 2. So at hole number 2, I take a ball and just drop it over in the rough and take a shot. It was about 75 yards from the pin. It was, I'll tell you right now, the shot that you see on camera for the video, it was not take 1. I'll just leave it at that. All right, let's go out to my ventures on the golf.
On the course on hole number 2, a hole that shapes from right to left with the slope. And the issue that's going to run into this is that from that fairway, it's going to feed it down into what we're going to talk about here, the rough. This week, the rough is very deep, and as you're going to see, when it drops in there, it goes down in there pretty good. So we're about 75 yards from the hole. We're going to see if we can get this one out here and see if we can get it up on the green in some form to get ourselves a putt. I got that one too good. Snap. Well, not a bad shot. We're on the green, but again, a little bit deep. But the big key is staying on the putting surface. Again, multi-tier greens out here at Bellefonte Country Club, and that's the most important thing, is getting on the correct tier for which pin placement you have for that day. So we've got ourselves here for an opportunity for a par putt. Let's see if we can roll it in and save par. That's good. So the thing this week, keep it out of the rough and keep it on the short stuff.
All right, out to 18 tee box. Look from our United Rentals tower cam. So I believe our final groups have gone out at 1. So I think all of our ladies are on the golf course. So back to 3. I know we had at least one birdie there because she almost dunked it on the hop from the tee. And we'll check the names of these young ladies when they get to the tee box. Get their names, please. We kind of lost our connection with our photos that were coming to us so we could identify who was who. Ben Cowgill in the clubhouse at 5 under, 65 for his round. So he gets a birdie at 18, appears. So he's one off the lead. Talon Bean is at 4 under par, finishing with 66 for his round today. Yu Wu at 2 under. That's a good roll, but comes up short. So our ladies finished at 3. Again, Medal T and Athena Singh even at 2 under at the top of the leaderboard. Our champions over the last 3 seasons, Medal T and trying to make it 3 consecutive. Trying to put her name in the same conversation as Leanne Harden, who won it 4 consecutive years from 97 through 2000. This is out to 12. Can't get that one to fall in.
125 going to T2. And Katie, did you get yours? Katie, did you get those T-tops for this row? 11 for me, T-ton. What is your group going to 4? What did you say the name was? Haley Dries?
Haley Dries. Yeah. So Haley Dries, Nikitha Suresh, and Maya Claffey. That was the group that just played hole number 3. All right, over to 16. Just left it below the hole. They wrap things up, and they'll head over to the 17th. Now we got one putt still to go. Back to 5. We'll stay at 16. I didn't. Yeah, he snuck in on us.
Back at 16.
This is the role of Armand Khan. No, excuse me. I take that back. Brian Lee, my mistake. Thought he had it there and couldn't get it to fall through. Back to 5 we go. Check that last group we had, that was actually Eric Lee. Eric Lee, William Stewart, and Griffin Huckabee. Great look from the United Rentals tower cam. And I think the saving grace for that shot today has become the cooler. Over to 14. A tap in there. Now a tricky one. This one's from the fringe coming down the hill. This is a slippery putt, even with these greens rolling slow. Got to break back over, and he's going to run that one past. That's a good run from that location, though. A tap in there to finish things up at 14. All right, we're at 4 green now. This is again from the United Rentals Tower Cam. Greatly appreciate their sponsorship with us through this event to allow us to bring you aerial images of several holes from the United Rentals Tower Cam that gets us 1 green, 4 green, 17 green, and in the tee boxes at 5 and 18. And that was one of the things that we lost last year was we could not get 1 green and we could not get 4 green because we were not up high enough. So we said let's get a lift and let's get up in the sky this year and see what we can do. And it has really become a great look and gives us some opportunities here to do some stuff with. We had some technical difficulties out there, was why we did not get any stuff at 1 because the plays has already gone through 1. But we will certainly have that moving forward. And again, it's day 1 is always challenging both for the competitors and for us. But it's again, we work with it diligently to make certain everything runs as smooth as possible. And that's a nice lag putt there. Again, you lag putt from that far away, you draw yourself a circle around that hole 3 feet and you try to putt it into it. Now, another thing that we've seen today, a ball that's right up against the rough in the fringe and the putter coming up. Again, a tricky location here, trying to chip that. It's not a lot of green to work with. So now the question you got to be careful with is you don't want the ball to hop as it comes out of the rough into the fringe. You want it to stay solid on that green. This one's going to go a little bit right to left. That's a good roll, but didn't get enough steam on it. But a good lag putt from that location too. And again, there's places on the golf course when you have yourself settled in to where you have to say, I'm okay with a 2-putt from this location. That's course management. You don't want to do something to where you get too overzealous and scorch one past the whole 15 feet trying to take a run at a ball that you probably had a very low percentage of putting that one in the jar. And that right there was a very good example of good course management on that hole. Athena Singh is now at 2 under par as Tian has given one back. They are through 9, so we should see them coming to 10 here in just a few moments. You know, the one thing I will say about the golfers here that have to play around 10, 16, and 18 is the sound of the diving board from the pool, which is nearby. To play through that, that has got to be something stellar. That's a nice roll there. That diving board, I don't believe, has stopped all day long. Over to 15 we go. Here's going to be looks like he's going to give this one a good wrap with the putter going up the hill. This ball is going to move sharply left. So I think he's going to go grab a different club on this one because, I mean, he was going to almost have to give this one a driver wrap to get it up that hillside and probably aim it at the bag that's up there at the top of the green. And, yeah, he's gone to a blade now. Now, the big key here is that you do not want to run this past the hole because you have a slippery slope coming back. So you want to get this about halfway up the green when it makes its first catch, check, hop, and stop, and you want to keep it to the left of the hole. That keeps you on the uphill slope coming back. And he didn't get it. Came out very flat. And that's going to leave him some 20 feet still coming back up that hill to finish that one out. And these golfers ages 12 through 19 in the field, and a phenomenal group of young players that just remarkable the skill that they have with the craft that they have from all over the world. We have just about, I think, every continent that is habitable that can be here is here. All right, over to 18 we go. Just short of the green. Probably about a 3/4 shot with the wedge. And this is 16. That is not 18. I'm sorry. I was told 18. That's 16. That's okay. My producer, he got a little sideways. Or my director, I should say. Not my producer. My producer's just running all the graphics and doing everything else behind the scenes. My crew is phenomenal. The job that they've done and everything that you are seeing out there on the screen makes my job very easy. Now to 12. Par 3 that plays much longer than its distance posted. That's a good shot there on the right side of the green. That'll give him a chance at a birdie.
This is the 10 a.m. tee time here.
All right, so this is the group of Caleb Walsh, Brady Mason, and Seamus O'Halloran, Seamus O'Halloran is at 2 under par. Off to the right side on that one. That brings that bunker off to the right-hand side into play. One more shot here, and then we'll take a look at the flyover of this hole. Again, it's a very flat area until you go right. And when you get off to the right side, that's where it brings in that hillside and that bunker that's over on that back side. And it is a devastating one. And this one's left, and that one's going to get into the bunker on the left-hand side. All right, here's our overhead look at hole number 12 from the tee box. Again, green side bunkers right and left, but that one on the right, it's a slope down into it that starts there at the front corner of the green and runs back to about the middle and is it's not flat like the one over on the left-hand side of the green. So over to 5 from the United Rentals Tower Cam. Our ladies teeing off. Get a 4-way tie there at 2 under par, or at 1 under par. Athena Singh leading the event at 2 under through 9 holes.
You ready on 12?
Let's take a look at our boys' leaderboard. Okay, we'll hold first. We'll go back to 10. This is our leaders group. This is the group of Athena Singh, Metal Tien, and Madison Koshko. I talked to Athena, I'm trying to remember, it was Monday or Tuesday. I saw her out here and just spoke to her a few moments and wished her best and good luck. A local kid from nearby Moorhead, Kentucky. Phenomenal young lady. Great golfer. She lets that one fly. Trying to look and see if it's going to hold. But right now, Athena Singh in the lead through 9 holes here at Bellefonte Country Club. And this should be Madison Koshko out of State College, Pennsylvania, a senior incoming this season. Again, Metal Tien, the back-to-back champion. Last year going 1 under, 67 on day 1. 7 over on the 2023 event, and it was a tough field that year. Athena Singh won it back in 22. She also shot 1 under par. 67 on day 1. So our ladies group is making the turn now. That's our first group of ladies that went out, was the 10:20 tee time this morning, so they got out at about 11:30. Here's our leaderboard for the boys already in the clubhouse. Daniel, he leads things at 6 under par. Talon Bean, Ben Cowgill at a tie for second at 4 under. Q.U. Wu and Seamus O'Halloran at 2 under par. O'Halloran still out on the course. Griffin Latimer in the clubhouse along with Sky Sun at 1 under par. Griffin Huckabee and Dawson Lawson at 1 under par. All right, let's go to a bunker shot out at 13. Or excuse me, number 12. My mistake, number 12. This is the par 3 on the backside, all the way in the far back corner. Too stiff, and it's going to roll some 15 feet past. All right, let's go to the girls' leaderboard. Athena Singh sits at the top. Metal Tien, Regina Liu, Hannah Munn, and Maya Claffey at 1 under par. Sienna Wang, Skylar Lee, Claire Liu, Kexon Zhang, and Ashley Balcom, even par. And a tie for 6th. Again, ladies will go out first tomorrow. They will start at 7 o'clock. We'll go back to number 3, and we've seen this shot a lot today. Ball just inside the rough, sitting on the fringe. And the last one we saw on this one got a clean roll off of that fringe and skirted it some 15 feet past the hole. So this should be the group, I believe, of Ireland Roberts, Piper Dunn, and Audrey Zoe. Again, a great thanks to all of our wonderful sponsors for supporting our adventures here at the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. We couldn't do it without all of their wonderful support, and big thanks to the great folks with NRP and Encova Insurance for all they do here for this event, as well as Bellefonte Country Club and their great staff. Beautiful golf course, 42nd year they've been doing this tournament here at Bellefonte Country Club. We just celebrated its 100th anniversary. That's a really nice roll, but just loses its legs as it gets there, but that's not a bad roll from there. Some 3 feet to finish up. Now, the good part is that from that roll, you got a good look at what your counterpart just had in that one. Not a lot of break to this putt. And this putt is going to stay fairly straight. There's a quick look at number 3. Again, very straightforward shot. 2 greenside bunkers up front, 2 middle back. That little one in the back will come into play in our latter rounds. That pot bunker back there on the back, that one's a devastating bunker, especially when that pin moves in that back corner. I can't remember if it goes back there. I'll look in our next break and see if it goes back there tomorrow or Friday, but it goes back on that left-hand side, and we see a lot of balls end up on that left-hand side. This is a point of this hole to where you can really go at the pin. You've got a lot of room to work and not a ton of trouble to get yourself into. Kind of the same thing, just lost its legs, but that's a great roll from that distance. Again, 20 feet, and you put it within 2-3 inches, you'll take that every time. Over to 14 now, in the rough, just off of the cut of the fringe. Missed this one left of the hole, but pretty easy tap in from there. So taps that one in, and that is a par save there at 14. I'm being told from our crew back there, this is for birdie. A little bit of a left to right break and puts that one right through the middle. Nice putt at 14. 14's a hole that if you can stay away from that stuff on the right-hand side, it is a very gettable hole. Again, a tee shot to where a lot of the long hitters can push it up past that 58, 60-yard marker that you see there on the right-hand side of your screen on the yardage card. Only one bunker on that one. That's that one that plays off to the right-hand side. The issue you run into on that hole is that if you get far to the right, you get over the hillside, and that brings the trees into play. Here's a little flop shot out at 18, and that is a dandy shot. The golf cart in the way, but still, that's a good shot from that spot. He sees the camera now. He's like, I'm going to go move the cart now that I've got my shot in. I'm going to move the cart so you can see it. Here's another one that's coming up and just burns that one past the cup. So a couple of nice shots from off the green up here at 18 as this group will finish things up from the putting surface. I believe this may be the group of Tyler Creevy, Max Terrell, and Carson Nichols. And we hope here in just a bit that we're going to be able to get Leanne Harden to join us. All right, here's hole 15. This might be a good transition, too, to go out to 15 to show you all the stuff that we did this week. Finds the putting surface. Will it stay on is the question. Trickle, trickle, trickle. Is it going to find that last part of the slope? At this point, you're almost saying, yeah, come on down so I don't have to put that back up the hill. And that's going to get down to right at the edge of the fringe. So that gives you an opportunity. Now, we've seen a couple of shots from down there today, and different approaches, one with the putter, one with the wedge. And it's tough either way you go, but such a beautiful golf hole. And he didn't like that one from the word go. Typically on that one, it ends up wide right or hard left in those two bunkers. And you are in jail no matter which place you go. Left.
Is there one more teeing off or no?
So here's... So this gentleman here, there's no way that could have been a birdie putt because he's going last. So that had to be for par. And it's just off to the right-hand side of the putting. Now, again, of course, we would expect something from Cam Bryan to be completely off kilter of what we're told. So Cam Bryan, one of our crew members last year, was telling us what player to follow for the girls' leader. And he, went to a very detailed breakdown of what she was wearing, everything, and this and that. Totally the wrong person. Hey, with 100% certainty, he said. Okay, let's take a look at my analysis here of hole number 15 earlier this week.
Welcome to the signature par 3 at Bellefonte Country Club, hole number 15, where on Wednesday and Thursday for the boys, this will be a very short iron play, probably around 155 to 160 yards. The biggest issue with this hole is the wind. You get very little wind at the tee boxes. However, when you get up where you cross over the water to the green, the big issue you get is crosswinds. The other side of this green, it's a two-leveled green that shapes falling back toward the direction the ball is traveling from. So that is the big key for rule number 1. The issue becomes on Friday is when we go to the back tee, because that brings in another element. For the boys on Friday, this is no longer an easy shot, as this plays around 215 yards from tee to green for one of the hardest holes on the golf course. Now, one of the things you want to do on this green is if you're going to miss pin high or keep it below the hole, because you don't want that downhill slope coming back. All right, now we've got that putt that's going back down the hillside here at 15. And this is one of the deals that you have to do two things very carefully. One, don't get over aggressive and run it past the hole, because you have a good chance of running it all the way down the slope. And two, you don't want to leave it short, because then you've got an even tougher shot coming back down the hill on a little tap in. Again, scared to death to even move the putter just because of that. I moved my putter maybe 4 inches. And that's what can happen at 15.
That is 15 in its best. And I did line up the putt and roll it after that. That was my first go at that. I just gave it a run to kind of show the green there. But 15, I take a 3 and go. And don't even hesitate. All right, we're out at 4 now. This is from the United Rentals Tower Cam. And of all the technical stuff that we've got going on, I'm telling you, the cooler was the savior today. It's a tricky little putt. Great look at it coming up the hill, though, but again, never got it above the hole. That should be our leaders out at 12. We'll go out there in just a moment.
Now that the girls are there, I don't know if you can, but you might need to zoom that camera in a little bit.
And a good finish there.
Forward, tail down, forward, tail down, forward, tail down, forward, tail down. This leader for this group. What are you doing, Ford? Play.
And a good finish there. Okay, to 12 now. I'm not certain which group this is. This is
The first girls group. That sing.
so that Metal Tian, and that is not that group. That is not Metal Tian and Athena Singh. That one's on the green. That's a nice shot, middle of the green.
Jacob's saying this is better. All right, stand by for 46. What hole are you on? Oh, 16? 17. Okay. Did it hit?
And all three balls, that one's going to trickle over the backside, and that's a tough shot coming back up from there with that pin placed back in the back corner. So 2 balls on and 1 deep from our leaders group here for the ladies. We're at 16 now. Or excuse me, now it's 17, I'm being told. My mistake.
Kid is right behind our scoreboard. Stay right there. You need to have a little less movement on the cameras. You're jerking all over. You're jerking all over.
I'm not certain the situation. We have a golfer that's actually sitting down.
I know. I'm just saying. You're a few shots become you've been everywhere. Can you tell what's going on at all?
That is our tournament director. That's there in the center of your screen, Matthew O'Connell.
No, just stay there. Stand by. Can we stay here? All right, let's go to 18.
All right, we'll come back and check on that in just a moment. We'll go over to 18. Or right to left putt. Sneaks that one in on the left edge.
He's hurt himself is what's happened. So that kid's hurt himself is what happened. Let's go to 15.
Okay, back to 15. So up on the left-hand side, that'll be a sneaky little putt that'll work left or right, but pin high. So 2 of the balls on the green. Metal Tian has gotten 1 back and is evened up things with Athena Singh at 2 under par. Now we're at the 4th hole from the tee box for the ladies.
top ball. He was kind of freaking out over it. So, yeah. I need a shot, someone. Here, do a full flyover.
Here's a 4th flyover. We've covered this once earlier today, but again, this hole bends from the tee box back to the right. So the corner here, no problem. The ladies are going to be right at the ridge, shy of the bunker. The boys will clear the bunker and try to go at this if they go big stick. But the green, very protected. 2 front, 1 right. And that's the big key is where you put yourself. It's a side hill lie on most of this hill or this hole. And then from there, you've got to be able to, if you get out of the fairway, you're in trees on both sides you go. All right, the ruling for our golfer over at 17 now. Looks like he placed a ball back toward where the bunker was. And again, we've run into this a couple times today that we've seen, where the ball, I believe, the issue is really close to the lip of the bunker. And with the sand that wraps around the edge, the question is the ball actually in the bunker or not? So if it's, when they get that, and plus, did the ball plug? That's another thing that you run into. So. Are out to 15. This is outside the bunker, but an uphill lie that you will have that will give them an opportunity to really put this one up in the air and set it nice and soft. You want to start this one above the hole there. That's not a bad shot. It just really checked on him really quick. Okay, back to 17 with the bunker shot. Gets that one to sit nice. That's a nice shot from that bunker on the right-hand side.
Still on 17. 15 is clear today. There's a chance that you might be done.
This is the group of Dylan Logston, Arno Whaley, and Noah Hu. That was Noah Hu there that is going to finish this one out. Arno was playing out of the bunker. All right, back to 15 we go. Nerve check there, just above the hole is a little tap in though. Now a putt coming from the left edge. This for birdie, and he drains it with a little fist pump there. So a birdie at 15. That's like getting 2 strokes back on the field. And now this a par putt. Get our scores across the bottom of your screen. All of the numbers that have been reported are the scores that we get from the AJGA, as that one just comes up short, and he's going to give one back here at 15. All right, we're going to step out for a break as we get some players moving around the golf course, and we'll continue our coverage. This is the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, live for Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Hello, everyone. I am Rick Clark. Let me introduce you to Carlisle, Annabelle, and Zach.
And as you can tell by these commercials, this family has a lot of fun.
We have a great team here at Clark's.
And we would love for you to join our family.
Whether you're a young person looking for your first job, someone who's looking for extra work, or maybe you're ready to start a career at a growing company, we want to talk to you. To find out more and start the process, go to myclarkspns.com.
Clark's Pump and Shop.
Return,
refresh,
refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella. Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles. Cream and sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, a beautiful Bellefonte Country Club here in Ashland, Kentucky. At the 16th, par 4, 405 yard for the boys, 340 for the ladies. Pitch shot here just off the green to the left side, shy of that bunker. Lofts this one up in the air. Doesn't get it to stop, though. Now a shot coming from well off of the first. We'll get the chip shot. Will flop over from off the green and missed it. That was Ziwi Wang. This is Owen Malt out of Portsmouth, Ohio. Just graduated. This was a 9:30 tee time this morning. That was closer to 10 o'clock. Again, we experienced a 1 hour and 15-minute fog delay this morning. Again, Daniel He in the clubhouse at 6 under, or with a 64 today. Lena Singh and Metal Tian both at 2 under. Singh has not reported a score that has been captured, as her and Tian are in the same grouping. So they're both through 11. And we'll be able to catch up with them whenever they make the pass. We're going to move a camera location to pick up some extended coverage back at 13 and 14, as our one camera that's over at holes 3 and 4 has finished up its work for today. So we're going to move some stuff around. And this is Brooks Cole out of Louisville. And left that one a little bit short coming down the hill. Oh, excuse me, just a bit past the cup. I can see it there, just now seeing it. Talon Bean, Ben Cowgill in the clubhouse at 4 under. Kiyu Wu and Seamus O'Halloran at 2 under. O'Halloran still out on the course. But some good scores coming in here on this first day of the event. That's a nice putt by Owen Malt, the graduated senior, I should say, out of Portsmouth, Ohio. Again, our live coverage tomorrow will begin at 11 o'clock, pending no fog delay tomorrow. And that was the reason we started later today. So that was Wang to finish his putt out on 16, and I would imagine that would be to give one back after the flop shot that he left off the green there at the approach. Let's do a flyover on 15 while we have a moment while they're waiting up on the green. Again, the water really doesn't play into account for today. Most of the players will be able to be there, no problem. Friday, the water can get into play if you miss hit one from playing back. But again, there's more than enough on this hole, the signature hole here at Bellefonte Country Club, to keep you at bay. The 3 bunkers, 1 right, 2 left, severely sloping green that comes back toward that hill. And that is the big key, is just the basic fact is that if you get the ball in the wrong part of the green, you are in just danger of not being able to do much with it. That youngster did not like that tee shot whatsoever. Now, the one interesting spot on the golf course is the area that you see that's just out of the shade up there on the right on the hillside where the two signs are, that area this year is now a relief zone. They cut all of the bushes down, and there's still a few bit of shrubbery in there, but it's been mulched. But that is a blue stake area, and if you remember a couple of years ago, that became a very interesting area of the event when Cam Roberts hit his tee shot in there and could not find a way to play it out and had to go back to the tee and re-tee. He was in contention and left the hole, I believe, with a 6 or a 7. If it's your first time with us here on the channel, hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up if you see something you like. Hit that bell each time we put out new material. We'll alert you directly to your mobile devices.
Probably your last girls group. Yeah. The last group of girls is on 5.
So our final group of ladies have made it to hole number 5. Again, that's a twosome of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee.
Who's in 5th place?
Our last tee shot here at 15. And on, now will it hold? That's a nice shot from right there. So a good opportunity at a birdie putt look. So this is the group of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. Yee is in a tie for 3rd at 1 under par, trailing Athena Singh and Metal Tian, who are at 2 under through 12.
That was on 14. Should be on 15. Stand by on 16.
I believe this is Elizabeth Wang out of Belmead, New Jersey.
Yeah.
59 participants on the boys' side. Noah Hu did not play today or has not reported a score. He was a 9 o'clock tee off, and I've got him listed with a picture, so he has just simply not reported a score today because we do not have anything for him. That's why you've seen his name come through with nothing on it, because he has nothing reported to the AJGA website. All right, over to 18. Finishing hole here at Bellefonte Country Club, 389 yards for the boys. This is the group of Jake Holzer, Hudson Grace, and Will Bellefonte. This was our 9-10 scheduled. So this is Will Bellefonte out of Quebec, Canada, class of 2026. He's in the flowered-looking shirt. Jake Holzer, he's the one walking there just past the hole. And then the left going toward the hole now, that's Hudson Grace. Everybody chasing Daniel He is who in the clubhouse at 6 under. Athena Singh and Meadow Tian at 2 under in the group together today. They will get an early start tomorrow as they'll go off at 8 o'clock. Our first ladies will go off at 7, again, pending that we don't get another delay. So Will Bellefonte will give this one a run up the hill. A little bit of a left to right break, not much. It flattens out as it gets to the hole. That's a good run from right there. Gave yourself a chance coming up the hill there, and that's all you can ask for. You didn't put yourself in jeopardy of going too far past, but you give it a chance to at least give yourself a look for birdie. All right, now Hudson Grace. Well, nope, before him, I'm sorry, we will get Jake Holzer. Jacob Holzer, incoming senior out of Louisville, Kentucky. Good roll as well. Just a tad short, so he'll finish that one out. Now Hudson Grace. Grace out of the Woodlands, Texas. Well, before we get him, actually, we're going to get Will Bellefonte just at the collar of the fringe and the green. Burns that one past the left side. See the Texas emblem there on the hat of Grace, the incoming senior. What I've said, we're coast to coast and continent to continent with a field that is so many talented young boys and girls from ages 12 to 19. That's the criteria to be able to play in the AJGA events. Nice putt there to finish things out. And now the finish for Hudson Grace for his par. And a nice finish there at 18. Okay, over to 14. That's Meadow Tian. Approach shot there at 14 on the par 4. One ball already on the dance floor. This one off to the left-hand side. Our leaderboard covering it up. Again, we've got about 4 different cameras back there. That is a robotic camera that we're using back there. So that one's off to the fringe. There it is, just off behind the hole. So I would say that will be a putt attempt coming back down the hole or down the hill for Tian for birdie. We got one ball already on the dance floor. We'll pick them up in just a moment. Let's go to 17. And this is Owen Malt. Just off the green. Probably about a 25, 30-yard shot here.
I'm looking at a flag. I'm looking at a flag right now, so I assume that would be 13.
Little bump and run action. Got to slow down. All right, let's go back to 14 now. And that's Athena Singh. Singh just in the first cut of the rough. Throws this one off to the left-hand side and just off into the rough on the back side. Singh with some work to do there with her shot in the rough. All right, to 17 now. A long putt coming up the hill. This will be Brooks Cole. Nope, First, let's go to Ziwei Wang. This is a look from the United Rentals tower cam. And blows this one past the hole some 15 feet. Just gave it a little more than it needed. And that's something you may be seeing where some of these greens have started to firm up a little bit and starting to get some speed. 17 is one that has been in sunlight most of the day. Not a lot of tree cover around it. Now Brooks Cole. This one comes up well short, some 3 feet. But again, as we go through this transition, that's something that we're going to see is the difference of the speed, the difference of the breaks, of how this how it works out. And then again, all of these players that have played when these greens have firmed up and sped up a little bit, they're going to go back out in the morning and play early. Again, some of these players got an opportunity to play off to the Pro-Am yesterday, but they had a practice round on Monday. Then they had a practice round available yesterday morning early if they chose to take that. And then some of the players did get a practice round last week, I believe, that if they wanted it. Okay, now Athena Singh from off the green, your co-leader at 2 under. Little bump and run, trying to get it to the hole, and Singh may be giving one back here. I'm not for certain if that was her 3rd shot or if that was her 4th shot. So we'll check the scorecard once she reports in. That's Meadow Tian there on the green, lining up her shot at the top of your screen, right there with Singh. Now Singh's going to move her ball across and give her a cleaner line to the hole. And then Madison Cosco, out of State College, Pennsylvania, is down off to the far left of your screen, bringing this one back up the hillside. Not a lot to this putt. It's going to move left to right, but it's one that has to come up the hill with some speed. Runs this one at the hole and just burns it off that right edge. That was a good look at it, though. So Koshko burns it off the edge. And now Meadow Tian, your co-leader from the fringe here at 14. Tian trying to go back to back to back after winning last year with a 1 under par final score. Won it 2 years ago at 7 over. Her and Singh tied for the lead at 2 under for the moment. Brings this one down, wants it to come back, but it's not going to. So she'll tap in for there, which I believe will be her par. And now Singh will finish up from about 4 feet out. These two will be paired together again tomorrow. They will tee off at 8 o'clock in the morning. The ladies will go out beginning at 7 tomorrow. "12 total ladies groups in the field. 34 total. Oh, excuse me, 35 total. And Singh's going to give one back here. Koshko will try to finish things out, and we should have a change at the top of the leaderboard as Meadow Tian should move into the outright lead at 2 under, as Singh's going to give one back here at 14. And again, we have not seen an update from those two since the 13th hole. Okay, for our first time out at 13, we've moved a camera and got a different vantage point. So back in that back corner for the ladies, a 318-yard par 4. A sharp dog leg that if you can get around the corner, it gives you a good opening look toward the green. We'll do a flyover of this one in just a few moments. We don't get a lot of looks on this course from the backside there just because of where it is, but we'll try to keep it in play. And we're going to have to do some adjustment as we've moved from one spot to the other, and it looks like the green's on fire. Yeah, let's do a flyover as we do some camera adjustments here. So a sharp dogleg right, you can see there on your screen to the left, the 155, 170 markers. That's about where you want to go. You don't want to be on the left because if you shoot it through, you're trying to play with all of the trees that's on the side. If you can stay in the fairway, it'll get a little bit of a slope down. A pretty open green, one green side bunker on the right side, but a lot of flat ground to work with. And again, if you're going to miss somewhere, miss left or long. You don't want to go anywhere right on this hole, off the tee or the approach shot, just to be able to be in contention to be able to try to make a run at that hole. So we'll have 13 green now and approach shots, as well as we'll get 14 tee box. So back corner there of the course will be well covered. That's one of the great things about my crew is they're very versatile, and we work one position and then rotate them back to a different position. We've had to work through some technical issues this morning, a complete crew change as one of our members of the crew had a family emergency that was supposed to be here this morning and was unable to make it, so it left us a crew member down, but we've grinded through, and I can't say how much I am appreciative and proud of my crew here today of everything that we've done to be able to bring you this great coverage here of the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Which hole are we on here, guys? 17. Okay, that's what I was thinking. From the United Rentals Tower Cam. Burns that one past off the left edge. That one in and out. This is the group of Patrick Paquette, Miles Green, and Wujushe Sun. That was Miles Green out of the Grange playing for Oldham County. I saw the OC there. That's why I was able to pick up on who he is. So he'll, very dejected, head over to 17 tee box. Or 18 tee box, excuse me. All right, 16 for a bunker shot. Gets that one out nice and soft. Beautiful bunker shot there with a little splash.
Zoom way in on the green.
A long look at the putt off the right edge. 13 feet coming back up the hill here. Not a lot of movement to this ball, though. Looks like he left it just short. Again, I have not had any updates on our ladies leaders just because of the area of the golf course that they were on, as the cell service back there is not very good. I can speak to that wholeheartedly with all of the equipment we run back there. Sometimes we run into some issues, but that's the reason we have not had any updates for them, because both Tien and Singh are through 14.
We're pretty sure Athena doubled on 14.
That one's going to slip underneath the hole there. Now one more putt to finish things up at 16. We'll take a look at the aerial flyover of this one after this putt. 16's a unique hole that you come off of 15 and you're like, whew. But it's a hole that it opens up after you get past those two trees. The big key is that you want to stay left. When you start getting right, you start sloping down toward that right-hand side. If you're going to get right, you want to open up in that little berm down there that still gives you a look toward the green. But if you can stay up that left-hand side, it gives you a better look at the green. Again, a well-protected green with bunkers on the left and the right. Those two bunkers will be in play a lot over the next 2 days after today because of the pin placements. So we'll keep a close eye on those, but those bunkers, especially the bunker there on the left, that's the one that usually is the one that the players find more often than not. But we'll keep a close eye on those as we move through. All right, at the 10th hole now for the ladies, as we're making the turn. Again, we were tardy an hour and 15 minutes this morning getting going due to fog. So we have confirmed Athena Singh has given 2 back at 14. So at least she is at even par. And that's still pending on what her score was at 13, which we don't have an update there either. So again, as soon as we get information that is posted, it filters into our system, and then we recycle it and put it up onto the screen from there. So, but an absolutely beautiful day here at Bellefonte Country Club. Earlier this week, we had the qualifier. That was on Monday for some of the kiddos trying to get into the event. Let's take a look at some of that footage from earlier this week. All right, back to 15 with live coverage, and Athena Singh, and she's going to leave that one above the hole. So again, your boys leaderboard, Daniel He in the clubhouse at 6 under, 64. Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill at 4 under par 66. Kiyu Wu and Dylan Logston at 2 under par 68. So Meadow Tien, our two-time defending champion, is now the outright leader as Singh gave 2 back on 14 and may have just given back. I'm not certain what her tee shot was, but might have given one back here at 15 as well. So Tien centers that one up. Now the finishing of Madison Koshko. Again, if you're going to play this hole, this is where you want to be, underneath the cup. And they had their official practice rounds and the qualifier on Monday. Then they had the Pro-Am yesterday. Okay, to 18 we go. That one goes well past. So this is the group here of Patrick Paquette, Miles Green, and Wuyushi Sun. That's Miles Green, the incoming junior out of LaGrange there that just placed his ball. This is, I believe, Patrick Paquette out of Cincinnati, Ohio, putting off the fringe. Got that one under the hole. Got a little bit of a hop as it came out of the fringe. And a lot of times when you get that hop, that's when the ball, you don't get that pure roll that you want to get it to the hole. So Wuxi Sun asking for Paquette to mark to give him a line to the hole. We'll take a look at our full leaderboards here in just a moment. Again, we keep the scores across the bottom of your screen. We'll keep the leaderboard for the boys and the girls top 5 over on the far side. We'll be with you a little bit later than anticipated today due to the delay this morning, but we'll battle through it. The crew out there, not a bad day, honestly. I mean, the breeze has made it very comfortable, and we are here at the broadcast position now covered in shade, and that has made it very nice. So Green finishes his putt out, and now Patrick Paquette to, looks like about a 2.5, 3-footer there. So that'll leave us 3 men's groups still on the course, as they'll do the gentleman's handshake at 18 and finish out their first round here at Bellefonte Country Club. All right, let's take a look at our men's leaderboard. Sorry, Jeff, I didn't mean to catch you off guard there. That's my bad. While we wait on the leaderboard, we'll go out to 17 from the United Rentals Tower Cam. There's your leaderboard. Daniel Heat leads things at 6 under par. Talon Bean, Ben Cowgill at 4 under. Kiyu Wu, Dylan Loxton at 2 under par. Griffin Latimer, Sky Sun, William Stewart, Griffin Huckabee, and Jacob Holzer tied for 6th at 1 under par. Page 2 of the leaderboard. Maybe. There we go. Seamus O'Hollard also in a tie for 6th. Then Zintong Wang even par at 12th. Jack Michael 1 over par with Tyler Gongaware, Rithvik Yanmaran, Carson Nicholas, Arman Khan, and William Bellavance at 1 over par. Carson Phillips, Ravi Desea, at 2 over par. All right, 17, a long putt coming across the green, and that is a stellar effort. Really good job there of keeping it in play to where you gave yourself at least a roll, but didn't run it past the hole too far to where you put yourself in jeopardy of giving away a par. That's a great roll there. This one coming back up the slope, trying to bend it in there, and it's going to stay just off to the left edge. Course is in pristine condition for what we've had. Here's your girls leaderboard. Metal Tian leads things at 2 under. Athena Sings at even par, along with Madison Koshko, who's in that same group. Your lead 3 are in the same group. Karina Jadhav, Ada Yi, and Elizabeth Wang all at even par. Serena Wu, Hannah Munn, and Maya Coley at 1 over. Burns that one past the right edge, some 3 feet. A good finish there. And on the boys' side of things, our defending champion of Cam Phillips He's in a tie for 19th at a 2 over par. Went out at 3 over, got a birdie at 10 and 11, bogeyed 14. Had a great start with a birdie at 1, but then bogey at 3 and a double bogey at 4, and another bogey at 6. All right, out to 15. The ladies now giving their swings at the par 3.
Do this group out, and then I would do the next time. Have Cam do it. And
That one's going to roll on to the front edge of the green. This should be the group of Nara Hope Kim, Angela Liang, and Serena Zhang. And this one's off to the right-hand side. Madison Koshko has pushed ahead of Singh now. She's at 1 under par. Those three are in the same group. That's going to be a fun group tomorrow to follow. And Madison Koshko, you think about a little bit of intimidation playing with the past 3 years champions. It's like, no problem, I'll play right there with you. Again, Koshko's score has not been updated since the 12th. This one in the center of the green, and that's a nice shot right there. That ball will hold at about a 20-footer for birdie. So a couple of birdie putts, one off the green on the right side. And now out to 13, a new position for us. As we've said, we moved some stuff around, and we got some new angles. So we got 13 and 14 tee box now. Approach shot here. Now for the United Rentals Tower Cam. Bunker shot at 17 and just got under too much. And that's something you get when you play that downhill lie out of a bunker. One of the things that it does is that club, it wants to just slide underneath that sand so easily. And that time right there, that's exactly what happened to him, and he just almost hit like just a flop shot out of the sand. It's hard to splash on a downhill lie. So this is where you really have to keep yourself dialed in and not run this one past the hole. So a good run up there, leaving about some 7 feet to the pin. Six under leads it for the boys. 2 under the lead for the girls as Meadow Tian, the only player under par. As we just got an update, and Madison Koshko has given one back since last updating, and she is also at even par. Great roll. Can we get the shadow? Will the shadow cast and knock it in? Just hanging there on the cup. He's not going to give it a chance. He's just going to go up there and roll it on through. Well, yesterday I had a great opportunity to have a conversation with the Senior Regional Manager of Natural Resource Partners, Jay Perry. Let's have a listen of how important this event is, not only to him, but also his company with Natural Resource Partners.
All right, now with Jay Perry, and tell me a little bit about your connection to this tournament, because you guys have a lot invested in making this thing the event that it is.
Right, yeah, James. So we're the title sponsors. So we've been title sponsors since 2004. And it was just an opportunity back in 2004, and some of the folks in the office decided to sponsor it at the time. And then it's been through a few people in the company to be chairman. And so I've luckily got the opportunity with Jeff Conley to be co-chairman of the tournament. So it's been a great opportunity, and learned a lot, and a lot of fun too. So it's a good cause and raising money for local high school teams, ACE grant, and it's been a lot of fun.
You get an opportunity on today with the amateurs. You get a chance to go out and play around with those. How special is that of being a title sponsor and get to see what this is all about?
Right. It really shows you how bad my golf game is when you get to play with some really good kids that hit the ball long and straight, and they hit a lot of greens. So it's fun to show really see the opportunity to play with these kids and see what it's all about. So it's amazing watching them play, because they got a lot invested, and hopefully a lot of these kids will go on and get a scholarship and go to college and use golf as a means to go to college.
I was talking with Jeff just a few moments ago. He said 42 years they've been doing this tournament here,
right.
And it's just something that in such a little quaint town of Ashland, Kentucky, and Bellefonte Country Club, it keeps coming back, but it speaks volumes of what this tournament really means.
That's right, and you can see the support with the golf course, the community, and the volunteers out here this week, James. So it's been really, if it wasn't for the volunteers and the community being invested in it, this tournament would not happen. So we're just lucky to have the opportunity to be title sponsors, and it was a great thing for us, and we really enjoy doing it. So.
We greatly appreciate everything you do for us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Okay.
Jay Perry from Natural Resource Partners joining me there as we discussed yesterday. He was out playing in the Pro-Am event with the juniors, and I was kidding. He's like, he said, these kids make you feel even worse about your golf game than you already do. But you see some of these kids, the way they smack it, they hit it well. And you'll see a lot of these kids that this is a springboard to go to that next level, to go to the collegiate level, and then into hopefully the professional levels. And you look at the board that has the names displayed on it, both on the men's side and the ladies' side. We'll have to get a graphic of that tomorrow. But, I mean, there are some notable names. Justin Thomas on the men's, Ben Crenshaw, Jim Furyk have all been through here. On the ladies' side, I mean, it's just some star-studded names of this little quaint area of Ashland, Kentucky, and the Bellefonte Country Club. Speaking of Jay Perry, there he goes rolling through. So we're at the 18th now for the boys from the United Rentals Tower Cam. And let's see, this should be... Let's see if I've got that grouping. I don't think we got pictures of that grouping. That's about when it stopped. Yeah, it's still, we do not have, so we'll double check on those in a second. All right, we're at 11 now. This is the drivable par 4. For the ladies, this is one you put it out in the middle of the fairway and try to throw one up at the green and put it close. This should be a birdie roll here. Pretty flat on this green, not a lot of movement. You'll get a little bit moving back toward the hole. Just played that one way too far out. Had the speed perfect, just read too much into the line. Again, the ladies will go out tomorrow at 7. They'll play first. They were last to tee today. Their first tee time did not go out until after 11:30. So this one should be a little bit of a left to right breaker, or right to left breaker, I should say. There we go. Trying to sneak it in on the edge, get the shadow. I think it's still a little bit too far, and she'll just tap that one in. You know, with so much that you see around with people in the shadows with golf balls, the kids, they don't wait. They don't give it a chance. They go up there, smack it in, and say, let's move on to the next hole. Again, one of the things, do what? The big thing that you have to understand, too, is these kids are playing under a time. So if they get put on a clock, by the time they get to their next timing station, if they are still not at time that they're supposed to meet, they can be assessed a penalty of strokes. So you see a lot of these kids, they don't waste a lot of time. They get over their ball, they hit it, they go with it. So it's something that I am all for, is the pace of game. You see a lot of the professionals that are talking about the pace of play, of ways that have to enforce it against some of the players. On the female side, Charlie Hull is probably one of the most outspoken about the pace of play. She's like, nobody wants to sit there and watch somebody play golf for 6-7 hours. And said it's, you stand over the ball, you take 3 or 4 practice strokes, you stand back over the ball, you look at said just get up there, line it up, hit it, and go. And I think there's a lot to be said for that type of presence in the game. Now, again, I'm not saying that you got to play speed golf, but at the same time, I think that the pace of play in some of the levels of golf is just way too slow. All right, we're waiting for some players to cycle around, so we'll step out for a quick break. We'll come back and continue our coverage. This is the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance for Bellefonte Country Club. We're back after this on Cool TV.
Since 1932, we've been a proud part of Kentucky, dedicated to serving our members with integrity, respect, and a commitment to excellence. We believe that by working together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Whether you're saving for a new home, planning for retirement, or starting your own business, we're here to help you every step of the way. So stop wishing and start doing. And let's build a financially successful future together. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
The Greenup County Public Library system is the best. Read the latest bestsellers in large print, regular print, or audio CDs. You can also check out movies or place a hold on a book on our website, or call one of the library locations to place a hold. There are community meeting rooms available by reservation at all locations for clubs and organizations. And be sure to check out the Jesse Stewart collection at the Greenup County branch. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter. Primary Plus is celebrating 40 years of its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health care. With over 11 primary care locations throughout the region, Primary Plus believes in our communities and our patients. The Primary Plus name means primary care plus so much more. Offering extended services such as women's health, pediatrics, dental, counseling, diabetes management, infusion services, and on-site pharmacy that offers free delivery. Primary Plus believes in connecting health care for you and your family and is always welcoming new patients. Learn more at primaryplus.net.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Welcome back to the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. Live from Bellefonte Country Club. To the 10th hole we go. Par 5, very gettable for both the boys and the girls. Again, Meadow teeing your current leader for the ladies at 2 under par. Madison Koshko at even par. Athena Singh at 1 over. Singh has given 3 strokes back over the last 3 holes, including a double bogey at 14. Daniel He leads the boys at a 6 under 64. Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill at 4 under. Only a handful of boys still out on the course. Seamus O'Halloran at 1 under. He's through 17, so he's coming up the 18th hole. Should only be maybe 2 or 3 left out on the course of boys groups. O'Halloran would be one of those, coming in 18. Again, our coverage begins again tomorrow at 11 a.m. pending no weather. The fog delayed us today. That we were scheduled for an 11 o'clock start. We didn't start until a little bit after noon. We also had some technical issues. Was the reason we pushed past 12 a little bit. But either way, all right, let's go to hole number 12, the par 3. This is the group of Claire Liu, Sienna Wang, and Haley Lee. Again, for the ladies, playing 166 yards. It is a little bit of an uphill slope, so this is a hole that you've got to carry it all the way there. Pin is in the back today, in that back left. Okay, over to 17. This is the group of our 3 leaders, Tian, Koshko, and Singh. That's Koshko just off of the green. Koshko is going to give it a run here for the United Rentals Tower Cam. That's a good putt from that distance. Really good run from that distance. She should be able to finish up for a par. There's your leader of Meadow Tian walking off her putt. And Singh trying to right the ship after being a tie for the lead at 2 under, has now slipped to 1 over. Tian, your 2-time defending champion. Would believe this would be a birdie putt here to try to get to 3 under. Tian went 67 last year in our opening round, 71-71 on days 2 and 3. Never got it above the hole. Had the speed perfect, just never got it above the hole. So she'll have that to finish up for par. And now Athena Singh, which I would imagine would be looking at a much-needed birdie here. I'm not 100% certain this is birdie. This is either for a par or birdie. If this is par, this is a must-have. You don't want to give yourself 4 strokes behind the leader with 1 to go after 1 day of play. Singh went low last year, 67 on day 1, then 70-72 on the final 2 days. And a good putt there by Athena Singh. Coach Co will spot and finish out her putt on a really good roll from the fringe. Good finish there for Coach Co. Now to 18. No, this is 16. I was going to say, that's not 18, guys. You can tell me that's 18 all day long. That's not 18. It hasn't been yet. This, I believe, is going to be a putt coming up that little hill. And it's got to stop. $16, the pin's up on the front. It'll be back the next 2 days. And both of those bunkers, left and right, will be in play each of the 2 days. $16 today is 6 paces on, 6 paces over. Tomorrow, it'll be 5 paces off the right and 14 paces on. So that will bring the right-hand bunker into play tomorrow. And then on Friday, we flip it and we go 5 paces on from the left and 13 paces off from the front. So it brings the left-hand bunker in. And the crew for the AJGA, they roll into town early. They get everything set up, do a phenomenal job. I can't say enough about their entire crew. Ryan Flanagan and Matthew O'Connell. Ryan's the regional director over this area, and then Matthew O'Connell is the tournament director, and they have done a phenomenal job this week. Their entire staff has been so great. They come out, they set everything up that they need. They have to get out, they get the greens marked for the golf course workers to be able to set the pins each day. And that's nice for me because, again, when I'm out here on Monday and Tuesday and walking the course and looking at some stuff and trying to get some film and watching some of the players work through the pro-ams and their practice runs and stuff, it gets an opportunity to see some of those pin placements so you kind of have an idea of what to expect. Okay, over to 15 now, a different angle finally. I don't know what my guys back there were doing, but that last camera angle was about an F effort. That was terrible. That was probably a Cam Bryan effort. He was 100% sure it was good, though. This one's off to the left-hand side. Or excuse me, the right-hand side. So we got one ball to the right, one to the left, just off to the fringe. And now our final ball from the 15th green, or for the 15th tee box, excuse me. I believe this is our 1040 group. That one is in jail. Deep and up in the root area of the trees. And that right there is, especially with that pin placement, that is the last place you want to go. Over to 13. The green is still on fire, but not as bad. 13, a par 4, 318-yard hole. A hole that, again, you don't want to have anything less than par. Okay, to 10 now for tee shots for the ladies, making the turn. That's what I'm talking about, pace of play. She plays exactly like I do. Take a look at your ball, get over it, let it fly. You will never see anything with my golf game to where they have to put a waggle counter or a timer on of how long I'm standing over the ball. I remember as a kid I played with a guy that something you had to be careful with. He would fall asleep over a putt. And I mean that right there is perfect. You get your line set up over the ball and get your shot. That's a really good pace right there. That's again, I credit all these kids with their style of play, the way they attack the golf course, the way they maintain their composure. I mean, it's a tough game. There is nothing forgiving about the game of golf. It is everything that you can possibly think of failing in your life, and put that all together in about a 5-hour round of it just beats you up time after time after time. But man, when it goes good, it is so fulfilling. Good look there, the overhead shot of 10. This is out at 11. This is the par 4 on the back, and that's a great putt. That putt looked like it had legs and then just throws on the brakes and stops at the hole. That's a really good run. You know, here's a change, too, that goes back to a ruling that was changed back during COVID when the pin was allowed to remain in the cup when you're putting on the green. And they kept that change in play after COVID restrictions left, and players have the option of putting with the pin in the cup with the ball on the putting surface. That one's going to stay off to the left edge. I never liked the pin in the cup. I take it out on everything. Cameraman got a little lost there. All right, this is Athena Singh. That was metal T and it just hit. Singh could really use a birdie here. And she doesn't like that one. She gave that one away very quickly as it's off to the right. She's on the dance floor, but nowhere near where she wanted to be, up near the pin. So all three of our first ladies group have come up the 18th, coming toward the green. Out to 13 now. The green is no longer on fire. Nice job, Katie. Good look at a putt coming down the hill and off the lip. Katie Irwin working for us. She's the daughter of my executive producer of Jeff Irwin. She had the assignment back at holes 2, 3, and 4 this morning. And again, because of the little bit tardy of a start of everything and everybody got going, not a lot back there, and it went through. So as soon as we finished up, slid her over to 13 and 14 and getting some really good looks back at hole 13, which we typically don't get on day one. So try to get some shots at 14, too, at the tee box if we get an opportunity there in the process of the players playing through 13. But she's done a great job here getting approach shots and stuff from the green. Nice putt there at 13. Middleton leads. Has not been updated since the 16th. Koshko even par again. Her, Tian, and Singh all in that final group coming up to the green at 18. And we'll go to 18 here in just a moment for our final, our lead group playing their final hole of the day. All right, let's go to 18. This is Koshko off the green. Short-sided. Again, you want to get this one on the green, maybe 2-3 feet at the most. And let this try to trickle up to the cup. I would not try to get much on this because you'd risk running this thing way past the hole. Looking at a bump and run opportunity here. Trying to go a little spinner. And that's what I'm talking about. It squirts about 5 feet past. And it's the greens just aren't biting on the bump and runs. We've seen several of those today where players have tried to throw that bump and run or that low spinner shot, and it's just not grabbing. Medal Tien, your current leader. Koshko on the right. I would imagine Athena Singh will probably go first here. She's got a ball that's way off to the right side. You could see her body language when she made the connection of her approach shot. She did not like it. It found its way onto the green, but a long way from home for birdie. And this is a way you could springboard your round as well. If you could find a way to put one in the jar here to build off of this going into tomorrow, especially after letting things really get away from you at 14 and 15, this would be big for Singh. Gives this one a good run, bending back toward the hole. This has got a chance. Get in the hole one time, Athena Singh. What a putt for Athena Singh at 18 for birdie from about 35 feet. What a putt. And that's when you turn and look at the leader and say, all right, the ball's in your court, Miss Tien. Now, the good part is that her ball traveled very much the same path that Singh is going to give. So she gave her a little bit of a look of what to expect. But Athena Singh with maybe one of the putts of the day. A birdie at 18 that should get her, I believe, even par for the round. And get her within 2 of Medal Tien, who is now putting for birdie. This is a good look as well, but that's going to get underneath the hole. So Tien will finish 18 with a par. And we'll wait for her to post her final score, but I believe she will be 2 under. And a good start for her first round here of trying to defend her back-to-back championships. And now, Madison Koshko. Tricky little putt right here. Don't read too much in it. Just be firm to the cup. Maybe a little bit left to right. Half a ball outside the whole left edge. Nice roll. Over to 17, a bunker shot. Front side of the bunker, right side. Got way too much on that one. Yep, caught way too much of the ball. You could see it when it exploded out. Picked it pretty clean and blew that one past the hole. So a lot of work coming back on that. Beautiful look there from the United Rentals Tower Cam. But again, the saving grace for the United Rentals Tower Cam today was the Coleman cooler. So one of the pieces of equipment that we use to transmit the signal from back out on the course back into our control tower, it's basically like a big tablet. And it was not happy with the direct sunlight that it was getting some 35 feet up in the sky. And it kept cutting out. And I finally said, put it in the cooler. And they put it in the cooler, and it has worked perfectly since. The little things we do behind the scenes in this game. This is off the fringe down the hill. Pretty good swing on that one. This one's a good run, but it's got to slow down. Really got aggressive with that one. Are there two people at 10? Okay. Yeah, the twosome is at 10. Our twosome would be our last group for the ladies. Okay. So some work to do here for the ladies at 17. Turnover. Good putt. I think I played that one a little bit out off the toe of the putter, and sometimes you're doing that, trying to deaden the contact when you're playing that little bit of a downhill slope. Again, apologies that we can't identify all of our players. We have done our best, but there was some communication issues with getting all the names back to us with the photographs to identify. That has been resolved. It'll be taken care of tomorrow. But again, hat tip to all of our great crew through the AJGA and all my great staff here with Cool TV. A phenomenal job all day long. Beautiful putt there. That's a nice putt coming back up. $14. That's a tough lie from down off that right side. Again, it's a little bit of a side hill lie once you start drifting out of the fairway coming up to the 14th green. You've got a bunker you can see right there in between the green and the player that's on that front. And then if you go long, you're in trouble because it drops sharply off over to the 15th tee box and gets you into a real tight lie. All right, back to 17. All right, back to 13 now. That's all right. A little bit underneath the hole and catches that slope and runs about 4 or 5 feet past. The one thing I've noticed today is the greens have started to pick up a little bit of pace here in this latter part of the day. Just underneath the hole, and that's going to get that little slope off that right side. The question is it a bee attack or is it a locust attack? I got buzzed by the tower out by one of the tower cam earlier today. Well, and that's the other thing you're getting is these big yellow jackets that's going around the piles of the dead locusts, and that's the other side. You get away from the locusts and you get into the yellow jackets. So, yeah, that thing is not going away. The one thing you have is this one is going uphill just a little bit. You kind of seen the way it is going. And just landed. She's got the locust. It's on her shirt. There it is. That is a locust that will not stay away from her. This is the year of the locust. They come out every 17 years, and they are plentiful around the golf course. Nice putt.
It was the 12:10 tee time. Official recorded on hole 8. Time recorded 3:33. Stopwatch time was 14:11. Their next checkpoint will be 3:56 or 4:17 to extend.
The group on 18T just got a red card. Copy that. So are you just going to stick there with them through? It's a time violation. So I'm pretty sure you guys stroke penalty.
Listening in on the rules officials doing checkpoints with the timing, and we have a group that has received a red card, so they have until their next checkpoint to get back in timing, and then if they're overtime at that point, they can be assessed a penalty. Okay, our leaderboard for the ladies has been updated. Middleton leads it at 2 under. She's in the clubhouse at 68. Athena Singh with a huge birdie putt there at 18. She's at even par along with Madison Koshko. Those three are in the same group, and they will play tomorrow as they go off at the 8 o'clock tee time tomorrow. The ladies will go out first. They'll start at 7. But what a big swing for Athena Singh there after just a devastating run of a couple of holes that took away her lead. And then just buries one from 18 from about 35 feet out after an approach shot that she just absolutely hated and did a great job of it. We've talked about the golf course and about the way the greens and the rough is playing. I had a chance to speak with the golf superintendent and a good friend of mine, Mark Harper, yesterday to discuss about the way the golf course is going to set up this week.
Joining out with golf superintendent of Bellefonte Country Club, Mark Harper. Mark, thanks for joining us here.
Glad to be here.
An event that I was talking with Jeff, 42 years this has been going on here at Bellefonte Country Club, and the AJGA continues to come back. And some of the names that's on that list over there of previous champions, it's a pretty stellar list.
It's a pretty impressive list. Myself and you, we both grew up in this area. We knew how big of an event this was 30 years ago. Of course, I was out of the area for 16 years. This is just my second AJGA, but yeah, it's a very impressive list. And like I said, throughout the years, you knew who won, whether you were involved or not. So yeah, we had a long-standing tradition, and hope to keep moving forward with that.
Today you get an opportunity to go out, play with some of the local kids and the kids that are in the tournament itself. How big is that, getting to see the future of the game coming up when you get to play beside them?
It's huge. You know, for us that chose to have a career in golf, you love to see that it being carried on, you know, as far as the young guys. And you know, the kids that are in the tournament, they can really play. You know, like I said last year, I used to play a lot more than I do now, so seeing them hit some golf shots, it kind of makes you feel bad about your game now, but at the same time, it's very exciting to see kids that can play this well and, you know, keep the game moving forward.
Let's talk about the course itself. A ton of rain we've had this spring and so forth. That's good for the grass growth, but on the other side of it, it's also got the greens kind of running a little slower than we'd like to see at this tournament. So hit it straight, throw it at the pin, you got a pretty good chance of shooting a little score.
Yes, as long as you're in short grass. The rough was difficult last year, but through the months of April and May, we had over 13 inches of rain, so it's been a really good spring for grass. The cool season turf, as far as the rough goes, the Zoysia has been a little slow because it's a warm season turf. It likes the warmer, hotter temperatures to get going. But we did do a full course fertilizer, one in March and one there in the middle of May, along with the temperatures and the rainfall. It's pretty thick right now. We are going to do a little something to it this evening before the tournament starts to try to not make it so penal, but it's still going to be a test. The problem is with the greens being a little softer, even if they're in the rough, they're still going to be able to get the ball to stop on the green a little sooner than if we had a chance to firm them up a little bit. And my hope is, as the week goes on, with a little sun and wind, we can firm it up and have a little tougher test as they go through the tournament rounds.
I was thinking, you think by the time we get into Friday, especially with these high 80s and some wind, do you think they firm up on Friday and make it a little more difficult,
Absolutely.
especially with those difficult pin placements?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like I said, we have a plan in place as far as maintenance, as far as mowing and rolling mornings and evenings from here on through the rest of the week. Those things only make a difference if you get a little cooperation from Mother Nature. So we'll see what happens, but my hope is that they will be a lot firmer and quicker by the time we get to Friday.
Mark, greatly appreciate everything you've done for us this week. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mark Harper, the golf superintendent here at Bellefonte Country Club. Mark and I have played a lot of golf together in our younger days. We grew up on a golf course that was built very similar width-wise, nowhere near the way this golf course is assembled. But we're used to playing under very narrow fairways, very small greens, and it was funny. I remember we made our first trip to Esquire Country Club. This is when we were back in high school, and we got up on the first tee, and I turned and looked at him. I said, "Are we on the driving range?" I mean, we looked around. I was like, "There's no way that this is a fairway that we get to hit into." I mean, we're used to hitting down runway tunnels, but Mark's done a phenomenal job. His second year here with the golf course, and he's graduated from East Carter. He and I went to high school together, and he moved out of the area, was gone for I think 15, 16 years, and then came back and took over the golf course job here last year, and has done a phenomenal job of taking this golf course and just taking it to the next level. So, but really appreciative of him and all of his great crew of everything they've done this week to help us out, getting the platform set out for us that we're using out there to bring you the great views overhead stuff that you're seeing right here back at the 15th as we go. And just, again, everybody here at the Bellefonte Country Club and all the great folks with Natural Resource Partners and Encova Insurance, the AJGA, and all of our great sponsors that have been with us throughout this entire event. We couldn't do this without them. So the tee shot at the 15th. That's a dart. Got to stop. That's a very nice shot at 15 and a birdie attempt coming right there. That'll be a tricky little left or right slider, but that is a beautiful ball for today. Now, the pin placement on Friday will be nowhere near there. That is going to be the worst possible position you could be in for a shot on Friday, because that pin placement is going to come back down the hillside, and it's going to be about at the break. And if you stay above the hole, you're going to have a downhill slider that if you, as you saw the video earlier, that I moved my putter maybe 4 inches and ran the ball 13 feet past the hole. I actually putted it off the green. 2 balls on the dance floor. That one's got a little bit of spin and stick. Green's still receptive, trying to still hold on. Again, it's warming up a little bit, and the wind has not been anything to really speak of. It's just been a nice, comfortable breeze today. And our leaders in the clubhouse on both the boys and the girls. Medal Tian, 2-time defending champion at 2 under. 2 players, Athena Singh and Madison Koshko, even par. That one misses off to the left. Not certain if it made it into the bunkers in between. So 2 on the dance floor, 1 off to the left side of the green on the signature hole here at Bellefonte Country Club. Back to 18. Starting to see the ladies finishing up their rounds. Our final twosome has gone over 10, so we've made the turn there. We did verify that in the there was one group of the ladies. It's our last group of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. They received a red card. That is a warning under the AJGA regulations. So they have until their next checkpoint. And you've seen on the screen some from our shots at the tee boxes. It'll say timing station. And that is the points where they get checked for their time to making certain that they're playing under the time that they're allotted for that span of holes. So they have until that next spot to catch up with the pace that they have lost, or they can be assessed a penalty for slow play. So we're getting our last few groups starting to get back in the back corner of the golf course, 12, 13, and 14. An absolutely picturesque day here at the Bellefonte Country Club here in Ashland. Slams that one into the back of the jar. A nice putt there.
Jason, I actually had a lost ball and have to take a player back, so I won't be there as quick.
You're all good. I'm just chilling. Jace, what's going on with your 1040 group? We are almost at 14 minutes, and no one to say on the fairway.
All right, over to 13 now.
Yeah, that group has been red all day. They just had a 23-minute stopwatch at hole 11, and then a 19-minute stopwatch.
Burns that one past the cup. Believe that's Morgan Kennedy there in the pink. This is our 11-20 group with Melody Liu and Cynthia Zhang.
Yeah, no rush. It appears so. Just let me know when you can. Currently tied for 7th, 2 over. 13.
Kennedy burns that one past the cup. So she's going to give another one back. She's at what should put her at 3 over now. Again, last score we've had updated from her was the 10th. But she went out in 37. Had 3 bogeys and a birdie at 7. And a good putt there out at 13 as they wrap up their finishing putts. Out to 14 now, the par 4. Little bender from right to left. Wants it to bend down the slope and won't do so. Great look here at this putt on the dance floor at 14. Nice putt. We've seen some great putts today that have fallen for some of these young ladies. But the putt of the tournament thus far belongs to Athena Singh, who drops in a 35-footer on 18 for birdie to get herself back to even par and an even score of 70. Daniel He leads the boys. He got out quick with a 64 6-under par. All right, over to 16. This past the bunker on the left-hand side, so see if she tries to flop this one up and get it to set quickly. Got way too much of it. Yep. She knew it as soon as she hit it, too. You could kind of see the body reaction. She's going to roll that one all the way across the green, and she's going to have to chip it again or decide to, if they want to go with the putter off of the fringe. And that's the situation with the high grass. And when you get into that rough and you try to do something that it does not want to do, especially if the green is coming back into you. That was something I noticed when I was out on the golf course on Monday. It was easier to hit out of it if the grain was going in the same direction of your club. If it was cross grain or if it was grain coming back into you, it was very hard to try to bump something out of it. You almost had to, I had to exclusively go to a flop shot around the greens. I did several flops around 16 as well as some bumps and runs just to kind of see how they were running and how it was going. And I tried 4 bump and runs, and 2 of them would be what I would call successful. Only one of them really got on the green and did what I wanted to do. The other 2 never made it to the green. Went with 4 flop shots, and 4 of those got on the green, and 2 of them got around the cup fairly softly. So it's something that as a player, you kind of have to make some adjustments of what you're doing to be able to get it the way you want it to go. One of the other notables out here at the golf course, a lot of the local high schools, they come out and volunteer, and they mark, shots, help find balls, shuttle people back and forth, whatever it may be. And it's a great fundraiser because they can receive scholarship money and money that's given to their programs to help their stuff. I just saw the young ladies from Raceland here. Ashland was here this morning. But there's always golfers that are from the local area that come out and do the volunteer work. And I mean, it's a great community event that everybody gets behind. Again, it's 42nd year here in Ashland. All right, it's 17, but the bunker shot. Again, I think this one you can get fairly aggressive with. You want to get a good splash here, maybe halfway to the hole, and get it to sit and check. But a good splash is what's going to be needed on this one. And got up underneath it. You're going to get a little bit of a roll off that down slope, but again, well off the hole. And that's the second time from that same bunker that we've seen someone try to go up underneath it and just kind of flop underneath. Great look there from the United Rentals tower cam. So now we've got a shot. Okay, I thought I saw her ball. Now she's walking back towards. I thought she was on the back side of the bunker there. Now she's back here on the green, off to the deep side of the hole. Pin placement today at 17, 10 paces on, 6 paces from the right. Tomorrow, it'll be in that front left corner, 6 paces on, 7 from the left. So that takes away that big bunker off the right, but it brings that bunker on the left, which is going to be short-sided, into play. And then on Friday, they bring that big bunker on the left, or on the right, back into play. 4 paces on, 14 paces on, 4 paces off from the right. And we'll see a bunch of bunker shots come out of that right side bunker on 17 on Friday. A long look at this putt from the back of the green, and I would have to fathom to believe a long look like this is probably for a birdie. And again, in this position, you're putting a 3-foot circle around the hole, and you're trying to get the ball to get inside that circle in some form or fashion. boys and girls leaderboard on the right-hand side of your screen. Our 3 leaders in the clubhouse. They were your first ladies group off. Hannah Munn at 1 over par through 11. Maya Claffey at 1 over through 10. I'm not certain if we had another ball in play prior to her, but she gave this one a very long look. This one I would be to say this is a birdie roll. Down the slope, and down it goes. I'll run that one a good 8-10 feet past. You talk about these golfers and everything that they do. They finished up the round. Where's Athena Singh? She's on the putting surface at the practice green. And you see a lot of these kids, as soon as they come off the round, they immediately go straight to the practice green and they will putt for an hour. And you think about it, you're putting in, of your 70 strokes that you are allotted for this round each day in this par 70 golf course, you're putting in 26 to 30 of those from the putting green. That's for those mathematically challenged. You're just a little bit under half. And that's one of the things of why you see the players at all levels that are very accustomed to trying to find ways to lower their score. They're not going to the range and pounding a bucket of balls with the driver. They're going to the putting range and working for an hour, hour and a half. So one more to go over at 17. We're starting to thin out on the golf course and really spread out, as there's not been anybody coming up 18 in quite some time. All of our boys are finished. And now wrapping up our ladies. Back to 14. This is, I believe, that's Morgan Kennedy in the pink skirt today. Kennedy, a graduating senior this season. Gets a great roll there. Just a little bit too much checkup. Needed it to go one more time before it got on that fringe and grabbed the brakes on the way down. Kennedy has had a disastrous start to the back nine. Double bogey at 11, bogey at 12, triple bogey at 13. She's 8 over par. All right, back to 18 for the United Rentals Tower Cam for tee shots. Such a fluid, smooth swing that we see from these youngsters. And they hit it with such power. That's the amazing thing. It is so fluid and just so much power that they put behind the ball. You look at some of the boys in the upper age division, the 18s, 19s. I mean, they're driving the ball easily 300 yards every time. and you can watch the position of the ball, the way that it moves. I mean, they are compressing a golf ball. Lost this one out to the right over at 18. Okay, over to 16, a bunker shot off the left side. Not a lot of green to work with. You want to get this one on the green above the hole and just stop it. Just like that. And that's not a bad shot from right there. Not a lot more that you could have done with that one. Probably about 10 feet still to play. But that's not a bad bunker shot from that spot. A great opportunity for a sand save. All right, we're going to get a chip just off of the green now. And this is one you've got to be careful with because we've seen several times chips onto these greens, especially in the late afternoon. They've just grabbed legs and took off. That one was such touch, and that's a beautiful shot there at 16. Again, a hat tip to my entire staff here with Cool TV today. My executive producer is Jeff Irwin. He's the guy that's taking care of all the graphics that you see on your screen, all the updates that's going in on the spreadsheets behind the scenes that feeds the stuff onto the screen. He's worked tirelessly with this and building all this stuff leading into this week. I can't say enough about all the things that he does for our company. I call him my right-hand guy. I mean, I can't do any of the stuff that we do on this without him. He makes the motor drive well. My executive director today is Trey Collier. He's the one changing all of your camera angles that you see out on the course. Jacob Hankins and Cam Bryan, Philip Roark, Katie Atkins, and Felicia Collier. Again, we'll be back with you in the morning at 11 o'clock, pending that we don't have a fog delay. Again, we had an hour and 15-minute fog delay this morning. But once the sun broke, it burned off fairly quickly because, again, I was worried about 7:45. It was very dense. And I was worried it was going to be more 8:45, 9 o'clock before we got going. And then the sun started to break, and once it got through the clouds and into the fog, you could really see it start to cut through, and it got out of here very quickly. That was about 7:45, and by 8:15, we were on the course playing. All right, over to 15, Morgan Kennedy now from the signature par 3 at Bellefonte Country Club. Carry over the water and pin in the back left corner. And this one's well short of the green. She'll have a tough little pitch shot from there.
I've got shots. Okay, sounds good. I'll take care of that.
15's a hole, too, that you get that crosswind that even up on the tee box that you may not feel. But when it crosses over the pond and you go across the green, you'll get that crosswind. It seems like even when the wind isn't doing anything at all at the tee box, there's wind blowing across the face of that green, either right to left or left to right. This one's on the front edge of the green. Will it hold? And yes, it will. That one a stop and hold, too. You can see the divot. Over to 13 real quick. Little chip shot from off the green. Bump and run down the hill. Leaves it left, but good speed coming down that slope. About a 4-footer left for the cleanup on that one. All right, back to 15 we go. Third ball pin high, and that's a dandy of a shot right there. A little bit of a slippery slider going back toward the pin, but that's a great location from there. Over to 13 now. Misread that one all the way, as that one's well short under the hole and now drifting some 6 feet away. Another putt attempt, coming off the fringe. We've seen several golfers elect to go with that route of it today. Burns that one past the cup. That's the thing that the players have struggled with today, is trying to find that speed that comes out of the fringe and matches what they want to see once it gets onto the green. And a lot of times we've seen the ball that has really not, the fringe hasn't slowed it down as much as I think what they think it's going to. And that's caused a lot of putts to go long. That's a nice putt coming back there after leaving the first putt well short and underneath. All right, over to 17, short of the bunker right. In the heavy stuff. I would say, be safe to say 3.5 inches, maybe in most places for the rough. I mean, you can kind of see when she settles down, her feet go down into the cabbage. Gets this one onto the green, but it's going to run past the hole. And that's one of those tough shots. They're trying to get it over top of that bunker and find a way to get it to settle onto the hole. Beautiful look from our aerial coverage from the United Rentals Tower Cam. Nice putt. The tower cam today saved by the Coleman cooler. Yeah, it was, our equipment was taking a beating up in the sky with that direct sunlight over top at that noon start time, and it was just not happy. So sometimes you have to make some subtle changes, and the subtle change was put the controller in the cooler, and it kept it nice and cool, and it's been fine since then. So a little bit of a breeze starting to pick up here at the golf course. So now to 18, just shy of the green, off to that right side. You'll have plenty of room here to work. This is a ball that you want to get on the green quickly and get it rolling. You don't want to get a lot of air under this one. And that's why. Hits it from one side of the green to the other. Again, the greens are just not holding on those run shots like that. And it just runs all the way through. Now from the left front edge. See if they figured out their lesson. Our camera guy lost it. A look at 18 from our aerial coverage. Pretty much a straightaway shot. You get a little bit of a side hill lie down the fairway, but again, as it bends back there to the left, most of that's that little ravine down right there. That's where a lot of your bigger hitters will get to. and leave yourself somewhere between a 120, 130 shot coming into the green. Some guys on the boys' side will get up in that 100 shot. And again, a green that's usually fairly receptive. The biggest thing is that you do not want to go long. If you go long on 18, you are in jail. And it can get a big number in play very quickly. The two shots that we've seen today of players that have gone long, though, have gotten up and down very nicely. They've played it very nice from that backside with a soft little flop shot where that pin placed in the back of that green. So now the two balls on the fringe. One's on the fringe and the other one is up against the fringe at the collar. Today the pin at 18, 19 paces on, 7 paces off the right edge. Tomorrow it'll play 10 paces on, 5 off the right edge. And then it's 7 paces on, 5 off the left edge. And just an absolute brutal place to have a pin placement on Friday. Typically on Friday, what you want to do is you want a ball that lands just shy of the green and just jumps on. That gives you a best opportunity to be able to roll that ball and keep it below the hole. If you go above the hole, you're playing with a downhill roll coming back to the hole, and it can get very difficult. Now with the putter from the collar right up against the rough, and this is one where you have to be careful because the ball will jump in some of these lies. Today, most of them have been pretty true. That one right there was very true. And rolls that one on past the hole. And that's something, again, it's been all day long. We've seen players come out of the fringe, and it's not really affected the speed of the ball. The ball has just played right over top of the fringe nicely. Again, Medaltian, back-to-back champion, has opened the event with a 268. Athena Singh, the champion in 2022, an even 70 on the day. And Madison Koshko, also an even 70. All three of those in the same group. They will go out tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Our coverage will begin around 11, pending what we get, as long as we don't get another fog delay. We were an hour 15 delayed today. Nice putt there. Sneaks that one in on the right edge at 18. Okay, over to 15 now. Tee shots at the par 3, 150-yard hole. And pin in the back today Tomorrow, 15 will be nearly the same location. It's 18 paces on, 7 off of the left edge. And then Friday, it flip-flops. It's dead center, 12 paces on, almost at that break. This one's deep and in the rough. And that'll be a tough little pitch shot there. That one's going to be short. Will it hold? And it will stay on, but a lengthy birdie putt coming up on that one. So 2 on, 1 long here at 15. A new player on the girls' leaderboard, Karina Jathav. She's at 1 over par. A look out at 12. In the pin today, back in the back left corner. Bunkers right and left. The bunker left is not really in play today. The bunker right puts you in jail. If you go long on this hole, it really, especially with the pin placement today, it's tough to do much with it because, again, you're sloped back down the hill. This is our final group coming through, number 12. So this is our twosome of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. Wang out of Belmead, New Jersey. Yee out of Ontario, Canada. And we've seen the ladies, a lot of them using a hybrid at this hole. It's a long carry, slightly uphill. Typically plays about 10 yards longer than what it's posted. That one's over the back. Iron selection here, and the look at the green. It's going to miss this putting surface. So both balls missing the green out at 12 for our final ladies group. Over to 18 now. This was a chip shot. That'll be a tap in on that one. This one's off the green. Okay, so we're being told that that ball that's up by the pin, that was her approach shot. So that right there. So this was one in that rough. The ball looks like it is setting up, so you got to be careful here. You'll get a flyer out of a lie like this. And we've talked about this so many times throughout this broadcast. This is a ball that you do not want to get up in the air unless you're going to try to flop it. You want to get this down quick, or it will scoot some 10, 15 feet past. And there it goes. And she not too bad with the distance control there. She got a nice little soft touch out of there. Now from the fringe. This one here, maybe a foot and a half on the fringe. Pretty much able to take dead aim at this one. There's not a lot to this. That's a good roll from there. She'll be able to tap that one in. She's one like me. She likes the pin out. I do not like putting with the pin in. I've never have. Even a lot of times when I chip, I would prefer the pin out. I've had so many times that I've hit the pin and it goes ricocheting away. Now, at the same time, I've had the pin save me several times, too, from bad shots that it's knocked it down. But I'm a pin out guy. So if we're told what we're said, this should be a birdie putt here at 18. Not too much to this one either. Just be firm with it to the hole. And that's a good putt. Two under leads the ladies, the boys at 6 under. A good first day as we start our home stretch here on day number 1 here at Bellefonte Country Club. Let's step out for a break. We'll come back and continue our coverage. You are watching the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance for the Bellefonte Country Club live on Cool TV.
Hello, everyone. I am Rick Clark. Let me introduce you to Carlisle, Annabelle, and Zach.
And as you can tell by these commercials, this family has a lot of fun.
We have a great team here at Clark's.
And we would love for you to join our family.
Whether you're a young person looking for your first job, someone who's looking for extra work, or maybe you're ready to start a career at a growing company, we want to talk to you. To find out more and start the process, go to myclarkspns.com.
Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return.
Refresh.
Refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Borders Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Borders Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Good morning, Isabella.
Hi, David.
Back for your morning routine?
Clark's Refresh Rewards program is something you'll flip for.
Hey, Isabella.
Hi, Annabelle.
Donut?
Don't forget the sprinkles. Cream and sugar.
Download our app today and enjoy all of the rewards. No flipping required.
Clark's Pump and Shop. Return, refresh, refuel.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Spring fishing season is just around the corner, and Border Sporting Goods is your fishing headquarters for rods and reels from G. Loomis, St. Croix, Fenwick, Lewes, Daiwa, Shimano, and Abu Garcia. No matter what species of fish you are targeting, Borders has the perfect setup to make your next trip on the water a success. Borders has baits in every style and size with a wide selection of tackle from Berkeley, Strike King, Zoom, Z-Man, Bandit, and many more. Before hitting the water for your next fishing trip, stop by and stock up at Border Sporting Goods, US 60 West in Ashland.
Bellefonte Country Club is widely recognized as one of the premier golf country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-class amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging, beautifully maintained 18-hole par 70 golf course featuring zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities include a driving range along with putting and chipping green, and they have several pickleball courts for those pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host to the Natural Resource Partner AJGA Junior Golf Tournament.
Back here at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance here at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. As we finish out the opening round of day number 1, everybody back tomorrow. Then we'll cut the field as we'll take a look at our leaderboard from some beautiful aerial footage that we shot earlier this week. And, I mean, this golf course is absolutely in immaculate shape. Just beautiful. Again, it has been rewarded nicely because of all of the rain that we've had through this spring. And they have done a phenomenal job of taking care of this place. But Daniel He's in the leader at the 6 under 64. Talon Bean and Ben Cowgill at 4 under. Q.U. Wu and Dylan Loxton at 2 under par. Then Griffin Latimer, Sky Sun, William Stewart, Griffin Huckabee, and Jacob Holzer in a tie for 6th at 1 under par. As we go to page number 2, Seamus O'Halloran also tied for 6th at 1 under. Zintong Wang, even par at 12th. Then Jack Michael in a cluster of group there at 1 over. Cameron Phillips, our defending champion, is at 2 over par. Look, 20 of basically the third page of the leaderboard. A lot of players at 2 over par. All right, let's head back out onto the course. And we go back to 18.
The SCI that's going from that box needs to go into your camera.
So a decision there. Do I chip it? Do I putt it? This one from the rough. First time that we've seen anyone from the rough today with the blade. The big thing you've got to be careful here is that you can run into issues of the ball just hopping. Trying to make a unorthodox repair on the green.
Hey, Nathan, this is Noah. Do you need help anywhere else?
You got to think with the amount of time being placed on the alignment here, probably looking at a birdie opportunity here.
I did not. Do you mind repeating that? Do you need help anywhere else with breakdown? Yeah, that would be great. I'm going one forward.
The ball does look like it's sitting up. So that's one good thing, but the big thing is when you're using the flat stick is this can really go sideways in a hurry. She thought that one was going right, and it went way left. Okay, over to 15 now. A pitch shot off from the right side. And that one's going to roll past the cup and down the slope.
Copy that.
That's over in that same area that I did my demonstration earlier from my putt when it made that hard right turn and rolled. So a lot of work there coming back up. Now a putt coming up the hill for birdie at 15. Got to give this one a whack to get it up the hill. And it's going to get some movement to it as well. But you don't want to run this past the cup. That's not a bad run from there. Again, 15 is a hole that you take 3 and walk off happy. Because in some cases, 3 will gain you a stroke on the field. If you pull a 2 out of your cap on this hole, sometimes you're picking up 2 strokes on the field. All right, a long putt from the right side of the green. Again, another birdie roll here. And this one's one that's tough because the angle that you're going to come in with that break is trying to get the ball to settle down and not roll past the cup left and continue rolling. Whoa, what a shot! That's how you do it. You just roll it up there, hit the pin, and dump it in the jar. And that's the purpose of having the pin in the hole. Had that ball not hit that pin, that ball was easily off the green. So a heck of a birdie putt there at 15. Easily one of our best putts we've seen today. This is a good run to go, though. We got Athena Singh that buried one at 18 from about 35 feet out for birdie. And then a big birdie putt there on 15 from way downtown. Here's the instant replay on it. Take a look at this. This is easily 35 feet, maybe longer. Right there, she's like, oh no. Doink. Thank you. And you can look at her body reaction there. She's like, oh, thank you. Thank you, the pin was there. Over to 17, a tap in there. And now a chip shot from the rough. And this ball is sitting up. Beautiful shot there for the United Rentals tower cam. And again, this is a ball that you want to get down on the green quick. Not a lot of air under this. And that's it.
Case, what is your definition of a sand bin that needs to be refilled? Are we thinking like below halfway? What are we looking at?
Only one player in red figures for the ladies, and that's Metal Tian. We have 11 in red figures for the boys. All right, back to 15. You're standing back on the tee box and you see that slam dunk birdie. It's like, oh no, what have I got to do now to follow that? Yeah, you go up here and stick one on the cup. That one's off to the right side. And that one's going to be a tough little pitch shot as well because it's going to be coming down that slope. It's going to be slippery. A lot of finesse coming up on that second shot there at 15. Now what a hybrid looks like. And that one's on the bunker on the right. Tell them to switch, stop doing that because the cameras are, no, I'm saying stop using the way they're using it because it looks awful because they're pointing to the other camera and it's 1080, this one's 4K and it's blowing and it looks awful. Final tee shot coming up to the green. And all three balls have missed the putting surface. All right, out to the 18th. A look overhead from the tee shot coming up. As we about, I believe, four holes still in play. So our last group is playing to hole number 14 as we speak. Can we get their tee off at 14? And then she can come in.
DJ is also breaking down the course. I'm going 1 forward, he's going 10 backwards, and Noah's going 10 forward. They're still on. Copy that.
Seems to be pleased. Typically, you holster the driver, you like it. Not a lot of lean to it. No pointing one way or the other. Again, the opening day today and back tomorrow for second round coverage. They'll trim the field after tomorrow, and we'll go final round coverage beginning on Friday. We'll start earlier with our coverage on Friday because the field is smaller, and we like to try to get the leaders going out from hole number 1.
Yeah, as soon as I get there, I can check in with the volunteer.
Okay, copy. I just don't feel like sitting at the 17 checkpoint for another 30 minutes until somebody else can get up here.
Yep, no worries.
We'll take a full look at our ladies leaderboard after this shot. She did not like that one. All right, let's take a look at our full ladies leaders group. Or leaderboard. I'm getting words together. That's my mistake. Group and leaders and board all just came together, became one word. Look at the practice green that has calmed down quite a amount. There was about 10 players out there earlier, and it's down to just One lonely gentleman out there chipping away. He's been chipping for about the last 30 minutes. All right, our front page, Medal Tian, two-time defending champion at 2 under. She's the only one in red figures. Athena Singh and Madison Koshko at even par. They'll play together tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Hannah Munn at 1 over par. Karina Jadhav at also 1 over par. Those scores have not updated in quite some time, though. Again, we only get them if once they submit their stuff. That's how we get the information. So Grace Gao, Serena Wu, and Maya Claffey, Audrey Zio at 3 over par. And then Ellie Gonzalez-Ribble at 4 over par. That's tied for 10th. Hilda Dries, Elizabeth Wong also at 10th as we switch over to the second page. Regina Liu, Eva Lim, Claire Liu, Melody Liu at 5 over par. Nara Hope Kim, Angela Liang, Haley Lee, and Madeline Salmon at 6 over par. Page 3, Ada Yee also at 6 over par. Skylar Lee, Sadie Goodman, Ashley Balcom, Nikita Suresh at 7 over. Junyi Wu, Sienna Wang at 8 over par. Serena Zhang, Kexon Zhang, Ireland Roberts at 9 over par. And then rounding out the leaderboard, Christina Chill, Morgan Kennedy, Piper Dunn, Olivia Pack, and Angelina Lynn. Over to 17, Morgan Kennedy. Tough little lie here. Morgan's had to battle in the second 9 today. This round has gotten away from her. Runs this one all the way through. Kennedy went out at 2 over. Had a par at 10. Double at 11. Bogey 12. Triple 13. Bogey 14. Double 15. And it's been one of those deals when, and I've been in this a lot, is when things start going sideways, it's a downward spiral, and a round can get away from you so quick. Morgan's such a great young lady, great golfer. And I mean, this golf course, again, people see the number and they're like, oh, I'm going to go out and tear this course up. They see 5,800 and they're like, no problem. And then you get tight lies, narrow fairways, a very, very deep rough this week. Greens are starting to pick up the pace. She definitely has a bright future ahead of her in the game of golf. Her dad and her mom, both golf pros at state parks. Dad, Steve, at Grayson Lake State Park, and then her mom, Missy, out at Yatesville. So she comes by it naturally, without a doubt. Two great people that have put a lot of time and effort into giving their daughter an opportunity, and she has certainly taken that and run with it.
No, just keep them how they are.
All right, last group at 14. Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. We talking about, you see the timing station marker there. That's one of the things we were talking about, and this group was in that conversation. They did receive a red card which meant that they were given a warning for being too slow. So they have to pick pace up, or they can run a chance of receiving a penalty, which results in a stroke for slow play. I think that's something that's huge with the way the AJGA does things. Of they encourage pace of play, of trying to keep these youngsters to where you're not spending 5.5, 6 hours trying to play 18 holes of golf. In a normal round, 4.5 hours, you should be finished. You're playing in threesomes. So, 3.5, 4 hours, 4.5, depending on how busy things are, you should be finished up. But you start pushing 5.5, 6 hours, that's just too long for the game. Putt at 16. Is it going to stay on now? That one definitely got away from her. That last group goes through 15, and Jacob and them are done. They can come get her. Just hang out there when last group comes through 15. Jacob and Pam just kind of hang out. If you want to try to find some shade or something, here, go ahead. She can walk up to 15 if she wants. If she does that, she can put her camera behind them and shoot them if they're shooting. So now look at this putt after rolling it all the way through. Sunfield skies a little hazy today. It has been a picturesque day for day number 1 here at the Bellefonte Country Club. Tries to sneak that one in the left edge and can't do so. Over to 15 for tee shots at the par 3. And it's going to hang up in the rough on the right side, just off the collar. Again, this hole demands distance. It's all carry. Like I said, the lake, or the pond, if you will, never really gets into play. It's there to kind of play mind games with you. We're not going to see many of these players, if any of them, get anywhere near that. They strike the ball way too well. But the issue is that you have to get this up on the green. If you leave it short, it's going to roll back down the hillside, and then you can roll all the way back down near the bottom of the green, or the bottom of the fairway there, to almost to the rocks, if it gets on that slope. That one's going to check up and just hop into that first cut right off the edge of the fringe. Over to 18 now. Good roll into the cup. That's what we got to do. We just got to cut to these kids as they're putting, and their putts goes in. I got a feeling that was a par putt, because you could kind of see the sigh of relief there. But a nice job of finishing that one in for the finale at 18. Now to 14 we go. That approach shot coming up short. Again, you see that a lot when you get down over that right-hand side. You get the bunker that's in the front is really the only time it comes into play is when you get short-sided over on that edge, trying to come back up the hillside. Your goal in this one is start it up the left side and let it run. One ball on the green, just under the hole. Let's go back to 17 now. Get off that right side, just shy of the bunker. Not a whole lot of green to work with, though. Gotta be soft with this one. Trying to get it to sit and sit soft, and it's deep on the green off to the left edge. Yeah, down here in the rough. Big thanks to our sponsors, Clark's Pump and Shops of the Tri-State, Ashland Community Technical College, First National Bank, Primary Plus, Members Choice Credit Union, the Greenup County Library, Border Sporting Goods, Bellefonte Country Club, Kurt Robinson State Farm Insurance, and United Rentals. Over to 15. Got to go up and over the bunker, a very little bit of green to try to land on. This was one, if you can try to drop it at about the edge of the fringe and then let it roll out and try to stay underneath the hole. It's tough to do. That's not a bad effort from that spot. Again, you're going to kind of get back under the hole a little bit. You'll still have some break right to left as it comes back down the slide, but not a bad effort from there. Now a little chip shot from the rough at 17. This one's down the slope. It's got to stop. Not a bad shot. All right, back to 18. Morgan Kennedy with the approach at 18 coming toward the green. Pin high and then just skips off to the near side fringe. All right, back to 17 we go. All right, back over to 15 now, out of the rough. A putt from the rough. We've seen this a few times today, and this one's going to come up short. But pleasure to welcome into the broadcast a 4-time champion of this event, Miss Leanne Harden. And Creevy, I believe, is your married name, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Leanne Harden Creevy.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be back at Bellefonte and be here for the 42nd year of the AJGA tournament. I haven't been here from the 42 years, but I think I was here about 30 years ago.
Now, for you, it's a unique opportunity for you. You're watching your son play and getting an opportunity of playing a course that you had so much success on back there in the late 90s, and then watching your son make that step forward. How big is that for you?
Oh my gosh, it's so special just to be back and have the warm welcome that you always get when you come back to Ashland, Kentucky. And even when I was playing in college, I would show up and I was at a U.S. Open and I looked over and I saw Bill and Mary Jo Thompson there out in Portland, Oregon, watching Whitney Wade and myself. So even after your years at Bellefonte, there's always someone from Ashland that just pops in for no matter what corner of the country you're in. So it's really special to be here, though, just to watch my son go through this next phase. And, I tried to give him some pointers, but I'm just mom and I don't know anything. So, but I think he did learn a lot more than I could have taught him today because he did experience some of that. Well, I should be doing a lot better than I am. And I said, well, figure it out and go get it tomorrow. That's the best advice I can give. I remember struggling myself shooting, I think 77 and then having my career low the next day with a 62. So I said, one way or another, one shot, one hole, Bellefonte will always get you. So you have to be humble and just be patient.
Yeah, back in 97, you made it look easy. 74, 76, 62.
Yes. Really not consistent at all there. No, but that was that was my first win here. And I was playing against a girl that had beat me in the high school state championship, Katie Wilkinson. And I can still probably tell you hole by hole, but I won't do that to you all.
What's the one thing when you get a chance to come back to the course, how much has the course changed? How much has it stayed the same?
Well, it's really cool because it's stayed a lot the same. I mean, there's still, I could putt some of the putts and I knew how they were going to break and I remembered a lot of the different shots, the blind shots into a few of the holes. But there's definitely some trees that have been cleared out. I think 6 is the one that's very noticeable to me. I played in 96 actually 95 to 2000. So I was telling my son, I said, this was really the start of my summer every year. And it was almost like going off to summer camp. You're in Ashland for a week with all your friends, and then you go to your next tournament. So it really is special just to be back. But it's really cool to see the golf course thriving. And it's probably in the best shape that I've seen it. And when I played, it was Bluegrass. And so it was the Bluegrass Junior, and now it's AJGA. So it's neat to see that transformation. And then I think it's cool just to see all these great players and how technology has advanced. And there's always going to be some good rounds out here, but over time, there's just going to be some holes that get you. And it happens throughout the course of 54 holes. And so I think what better lesson for kids to learn, because, I've used a lot of things that I've learned here in my career. Now I work for Lilly, the pharmaceutical company. And so you just learn a lot from golf in general. But I think Bellefonte really teaches you to be patient and humble and, take advantage when you're playing well. And when you're not, just hang in there and take a par or a bogey. It's not going to kill you.
15. What's your memories of that hole, the signature hole here at Bellefonte?
Oh my gosh, I love number 15. It's just such a beautiful hole. And we were playing yesterday in the Junior Am, and it was fun. My son hit it up and made a birdie, and I was like, wow, you don't do that too often on that hole.
Yeah, so you get a birdie, you get 2 strokes on the field usually.
You get 2 strokes, exactly. He would have taken that birdie today. But just being above the hole there is tricky, and a lot of places out here that you really have to not just manage your game, but know if you're going to miss it, where to miss it. And I think a lot of the younger players now don't always get that because it's a kind of a bomber's game, and it has turned into that. So it's really refreshing to come back here and see no matter how far you hit it and how long you hit it, you still have to you get rewarded for being in the right spot and playing smart at Bellefonte.
This golf course, there's so many people, they roll in and they see 5,800 and they're like, I'm going to go attack this golf course. And the next thing they know, they're looking at a very large number.
Yes.
This is a course that it tries you so much with your course management of how you attack each hole.
Exactly. I think the best advice I could give my son, if he would listen to me, and he's doing a pretty good job, but it's just to be patient and just play one shot at a time. It's such a cliche, but here especially, there's places where you stick it right next to the pin and you spin it off the green, and now you have a tough two putt. So just learning for that, I think, is really cool. And I was fortunate to play in a couple U.S. Opens and play in the U.S. Junior, and I don't think I was able to play televised like these players are. It's awesome that, and I always feel like Ashland and Bellefonte has such a great volunteer base, but to be able to, for these juniors to play on TV, having it streamed, having live commentary, I mean, that's an experience at 14, 17, 18. A lot of kids never had the opportunity, and I just think how special this is to be able for them to go and watch on YouTube and look back, especially the week of the U.S. Open, and the rough here is not quite as bad as the U.S. Open. But
That's what we've kidded. We said it's not quite Oakmont. It's
no,
there, though.
But it's much more brutal than when I played. So, but just a great experience for these kids, and not just if they go on and play golf, but in life. Like, it's a great building of friendships. I just walked the golf course yesterday with one of my good friends, Laura Kniff Patrick, and her older brother was a really good friend of mine and lived here. And so it just brings back a lot of memories that 30 years later you're still experiencing. And I think that's the message of what golf does and what the AJGA does, for sure.
For you, in those 4 consecutive wins, is there something that was special and through each one of those that you hang on to as that memory that made that victory special?
Absolutely. I mean, I can remember each one of them. They're all different and they're all unique. I think when I was older, it was more of an expectation that I'd won it, and I had shot 62, and I thought, well, maybe I should have done that when I was 18. So I didn't put that number out there. But like I always tell my son, I'm like, a 62 is a 62, and a good round of golf, you take it whenever you get it. And if you have to not live up to it the next couple years, you'll have to do something more special. So I think I was more consistent in the older times, and I think I had my best 54 hole round maybe at 18. So, but even just on my way to college, we stopped down here because it's on the way from Indiana down to Durham, North Carolina. And my dad, who was always working when I played, never watched me play here. He came in and got to meet Jack Freeman and Celia, and they were in the pro shop just like they always are. And we were headed down, I was 18 and moving off to college. So just always been a really special place for us to stop by. And my parents are going to try to come down maybe on tomorrow or Friday. They're only about 4.5 hours away, which is only because, they would drive whatever to watch their grandson. They wouldn't watch me necessarily.
The grandbabies are always special.
Exactly.
Yes.
I was like, Mom watched me maybe my first year, but I don't think any of them saw me win. It was always my aunt that would take us down because it was the last week of school. So, but just good special memories. And maybe that's why I played well. There was no expectation. No one was watching me.
Nobody was pressuring you.
Exactly. So maybe I should take my own parents' advice.
Well, for you, how different has that been of making the transition from player to mom and watching your son, of trying to be that person, that support role of that they need that little bit of push, but letting them kind of figure it out on his own?
Yes, I think that's been a good learning for me this year too, because I used to encourage if he was frustrated, I would be like, it's okay. And he gives me the look now, and I'm like, all right, I'm just not going to make a reaction whether he does well or not. So, and I was proud of him today. He kind of had a rough finish, and I could tell he wanted to throw a ball or throw his club, but he held it together. And I was like, I actually was more proud of that, the way he handled himself with that, because it's hard when you want to do well. And, I sometimes worry because I played here and played well, and I don't want him to feel any pressure. And I don't think he really does, but you sometimes worry about that. So I just said, hey, we're happy to be here. We're going to be smiling all week. And this is just such a great experience. And it's awesome to come back and see, to see Jay Perry out here, and Jeff and all the guys, and Tom Cooksey's going to come out tomorrow. So it's just a neat legacy, I feel like, that Bob Yancey put forth. And then you see it just happening again and again over 42 years being here at Bellefonte is really special. And it's pretty cool to see Ashland too. The town is thriving. It's changed a lot. There's a lot of new restaurants. The hotel has been redone. I still call it the Ashland Plaza Hotel, but I think it's the Delta now. So Yeah, but it's just been a really memorable week and fun to see Jack Freeman. And he didn't recognize me at first. And he said, I was expecting an older lady. And I said, well, you just made my week, Jack. Whatever happens from here, I feel good about that.
You talk about the ability to not let one hole define your entire round. How today Athena Singh, she got into a rut. She gave 3 holes and gave 3 back, and then buries a 35-footer at 18 for a birdie to get her back to even par. How much can you build off of something like that going into the round tomorrow, only 2 strokes off the lead?
That's huge. I think that, I mean, she's going to be able to bounce back, and tomorrow's a new day. And I used to try to feel like, well, if I finish strong, I'm going to keep that momentum for the next day. And if I didn't have a good day, well, it's a fresh start. So I think you just have to have that positive mindset. But there's definitely a lot of momentum that goes into golf and a lot of confidence. And Bellefonte can shake you a little bit. And my son had shared that with me. I said, you got to just reset on every hole and just go out there and play your game. But I definitely think overcoming that is you're going to have it at one point during your 54 holes. So you might as well have it on the first day and put that behind you. So
now at the top of the leaderboard, the 2-time defending champion, Medotian, at 2 under. She's the only one in red figures today. How big is that for her of feeling that comfort that she's had of winning in the last 2 years, but knowing Athena Singh is there and the other player that's in a tie for second is in that lead group that'll all go out tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock?
Oh, I think that's awesome. I think they're going to have a fun day tomorrow. I definitely think it helps to have won here before and going on for her third tournament. You feel like you have the confidence, you've been there, but there are so many great players now that it could be anybody's stage tomorrow. So it'll be a really exciting day for them, I think. And then I always tell my kids it's a 3-day tournament for a reason. You don't win it on the first day. You certainly can lose it, but you just put yourself there so that you have a chance going into that last 54 hole or the last 18, and then you just give yourself every opportunity you can to have that opportunity to be there. And that's what I think all of these girls are doing, kind of setting themselves up for that last day. And the last 9 is tough, and if you're feeling it and you're going low, you can keep that momentum going. And so it'll be an exciting, I think, finish for these girls.
Now, for the third in that group, Madison Koshko, she's in a tie for second at even par and kind of getting overshadowed, obviously, by Tien and Singh, who are the defending champions over the last 3 years. How big is that for her to just stay around the hunt with those two battling it out and just continue to play her game the way she wants to go?
Yes, if she can just stay focused and play her game, I think she's in the driver's seat, because there's going to be a lot of focus on the other 2 players. And for her, if she just goes out there and puts a good round together and you can't worry about what's going on around you. I know it's sometimes hard to do, but if she's able to block that out, I always liked being 1 down, because it makes you put the foot on the pedal versus playing a little more conservatively. So she can use that to her advantage too. And like I say, anything can happen with 36 holes to go out here on this golf course with the rough the way that it is. The greens are rolling pretty fast, and if you're just not 100% sharp on every shot, it can get you at some point.
Well, have you got a little bit of time to hang with us?
Sure, absolutely.
You want to do some commentary?
Oh my gosh, I'd love to.
Let's dive into this. So, all right, here we go. History in the making. This was there's a name there you might notice. The 97-62, 8 under par. In that round, when did you know that you had something special going?
Well, I think it was on the 11th hole. Like I said, I was playing against a high school competitor who I admired a lot, and she was going to play at LSU. And the men's group, because we had some weather that year, so the men's group was ahead of us, the lead group, and then I think there were like 2 groups behind us. And one of our friends was from Indiana, and he had said that Katie was going to get her first AJGA the day before, and said it loud enough for me to hear it on the putting green. So when I saw him walk over on number 11 and said, "What's going on over here?" I thought, well, I must be doing something right, because the word was traveling fast. Back then, we didn't have the live scoring, which is good and bad. I think, I just kind of was in my own world. I don't know if I would have gone in the zone as much if I were putting my scores in. I knew I was 6 under through 10, and I thought, wow, if I just par in, that's a pretty good score. And I managed to birdie, I believe. I know I birdied 16, because I remember making the putt, and everybody started to follow me down 17 and 18, which was a cool feeling.
Yeah.
So, but that was my first win here. So that was, you're a little nervous, and then all of a sudden you've got it going. You just try not to think. When you're feeling it, you just aim at the flag, and that's all you see.
Sure. All right, so over to 15. One of the big things today, the pin placement. back in the back corner, you want to stay below the hole because of all the movement that you get. And we've seen several players today get above the hole and they get themselves in jail.
Yes, absolutely. This is the signature hole, as you were saying, and just a tough hole. If you miss it left, you're below the hole, but your chip doesn't usually want to stay below the hole. My son experienced that today, and then I saw a group ahead of us. The boy hit it above the hole and 3-putted. So it's definitely short left is the play here. Just take your 2-putt and take your par on this one, and you're feeling pretty good.
I went out Monday and did some graphics or some video for the feature and stuff, and the pin placement was about right here. And I set up about a 10-foot putt, and I moved my putter 4 inches, and it ran 13 feet past the hole and ended up on the fringe. So it was kind of showing how much that green moves. And that's the thing on Friday, the pin placement is dead center, 12 paces on. And it's right at that break. And it just invites you to throw a ball past the pin. But the problem is if you don't spin it back,
yes,
you're in trouble.
Yes. Well, my son had said that too. I had the whole world right. It would have come down the hill. And I said, not necessarily.
Yeah.
That doesn't always work that way. And then you're above the hole and you're, staring at that. So definitely that'll be a great pin placement on the final round, and it'll invite them to kind of go at it. But also, if they can be about 3 feet, 5 feet short, they're going to set themselves up for a good look.
Now, this is a green here that on Friday as well will have a very tough pin placement. It's tucked in that front left corner. And it's one of those balls to where if you can just chase the ball onto the green, you put yourself in a really good spot, because if you run past, you're coming back down that slope.
Absolutely. I think the pin placements, I haven't looked at them completely for the final round. I'm trying to tell my son to just go one day at a time, and I'm trying to do that too. But great putt there.
Great putt.
Yes, I like to see the fire there and that fist pump. So, but definitely, I think for the most part, if you're short and below the hole, you're going to set yourself up for good looks, and you can be a little more aggressive and go after those putts.
Now, one of the things they do really well with the pin placements Thursday and Friday, as we go to 17 now, they bring the bunkers into play. And on 16, on tomorrow, we're going to bring the right-hand bunker into play. Friday, we bring the left-hand bunker into play. And that one is a very tricky bunker to work out of because, again, you're so short-sighted and there's just not a lot of place to work.
Yes, definitely. I think that there's a lot of sand in these bunkers, and I think it's tough for some of the players that are not used to this type of sand that, I saw a lot of people leave it in the bunker or hit it short and not get it out. And then if you're short-sighted, I see that a lot of times people will decelerate and try to, do something cute and keep it in the bunker. So I think it's definitely going to bring in some different elements. And I think this golf course, just each hole has something that kind of protects it. And I think they do a good job of putting those pin placements in a spot where you're going to have to be strategic with where you hit your approach shot.
We've seen this putt a couple of times today. It's a tricky putt. It will pick up pace. And that's one thing that I will say is 17 today has shown it is picking up pace. This one's way down the hill. And then that's the problem, is trying to get to stop. That's not a bad lag putt from right there.
Yes, absolutely. Again, tough pin placement there. And as the day goes on and the sun kind of bakes the greens a little bit, I'm guessing they're going to roll out quite a bit more and play a lot differently. So you're seeing that here.
And that's something with 17. It has been pretty much in sun all day long. And that's something we've noticed. Something else, and I'll ask you about this, is with the way that everything is playing right now, we've seen a lot of players, they've putted off of the fringe. And they're putting it like they're expecting that slowdown, and they're not getting it.
They're not getting
it. And
it.
You're seeing balls go screaming past the whole 10, 15 feet, and it's just, a lot of times you'll come out of the fringe and you'll get a hop, or you don't get that nice cushy roll. And I mean, it's like a red carpet roll right off of and it's been something that the players have really struggled with today.
Yes, I could see that. I saw that on 14 today. A lot of the boys that we were watching ran it by about 10 feet because you're trying to miss it on the left side where you have to. You spin it back, and then you've got a tough 2-putt. So I would see that could be happening throughout the day. But yes, it is. They're getting faster. They're baking a little bit, and they're rolling true, but they will kind of roll out if you're not careful.
And that's the thing, is that tomorrow we're going to get 85, 86 with a slight breeze. We're going to keep a breeze much this evening. And I was talking with the golf pro and the superintendent here, and I said, how much does the heat over the wind help these greens? He said, if we get this light little breeze, he said, it'll do more for this than the heat will.
Yes, I can see
just
that.
because of the way that they're set up. So We will certainly see things how it plays out, but it's again the other side is that they're starting to firm up as well, and that will play into effect of how the people attack the pins of the way they played today and yesterday is going into tomorrow and Friday.
Absolutely. So I know that when we got here on Monday, there was an afternoon rain, and I think the greens are a little more receptive today because of that. They have held the water a little bit, and I know it's been a rainy May and cool May, so the rough is healthy and it's good for holding the greens. But as it continues, I don't think there's rain in the next 2 days. So if it continues in this pace, it's going to really firm up a little bit and make it a lot more challenging, I think, for the players, and it'll make for a great 36-hole finish.
Yeah, they were able to fertilize twice in the spring, once in March and then again in mid-May. And so the rough, I mean, it was really plentiful. And Mark Harper, who's the superintendent, he said the residents, they were like, would you please cut the rough? This stuff is ridiculous. He said, you hired me to come here to grow grass. So
exactly.
But no,
Members are never happy, right?
And that's the thing is that we've kidded. We said, it's not quite Oakmont rough, but it's still, for these types of players, it is a challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be strong. I played in the Pro-Am yesterday, and if we were in the rough, it was difficult for us to get through it. And, I've played a lot of golf. So for junior players to play on this, it's a tough conditions. And I know that they've been rolling them every night, too, in the greens, because we were out late with the Pro-Am and kind of were just hanging out on the putting green last night. And I saw the greens crew out there working very hard. So they have it in great shape, and just going to be a really fun test of golf. And what I love about Bellefonte is because it's an older course, it really rewards smart play and hitting the fairway. It places a premium on hitting the fairway, hitting the greens, staying below the hole. So when they get these greens a little firmer, and I think that they're going to continue to do that over the next 2 days, the scores will probably come up a little bit, because it's going to give people a little run for their money.
I know Jeff Bostic, I talked with him yesterday, and I said, all right, give me a prediction. He goes, I don't think we're going to see big scores like we saw last year. The boys champion last year broke Justin Thomas's record. He went 13 under. He was 17 under and then ran into an ugly number back on 17. But it was, and then all of a sudden we have a kid go out midday today and throw a 6 under 64 up. So, it's certainly, you take advantage of those opportunities, but you have to understand those opportunities may not be there tomorrow and Friday.
Exactly. I think you just take advantage. I learned when you get that opportunity, the door's open, go with it. And when you're not feeling it, or those scores aren't there, you've got to just play smart, because it can happen. And then you can also see the other side where you get the big numbers too.
Okay, put your golfer hat on here. We've got a tough shot coming up. So just behind the green, and we've seen this shot a bunch today, so I'm not saying anything about what goes on here. She's got some type of a wedge in her hand. Do we get a bump and run, or do you want to try to put this one up soft and let it roll to the hole?
I always liked the soft and let it roll to the hole, so that would be my strategy. But let's see what she does. She looks like she's trying to maybe bump it a little bit.
Yeah. And I will say this, I was out on Monday, and I threw 4 balls down and did 4 bump and runs, and I threw 4 balls down and did 4 flops.
Okay.
3 of the bump and runs never made it out of the rough.
Well,
I mean, it would grab the club.
Yes.
That's a really nice shot right there.
She might be a little better golfer than
I think so. Yeah, I think she's maybe got that one squared away. That's probably the best bump and run we've seen all day long.
That was an
she
excellent
got
shot.
it down on the green quickly, didn't get a lot of air under it, and allowed that one to come in. And that's something that you see kids, and we've seen it today. They play their round, and the first thing they do, they go straight to the putting surface. And they'll work for putting and chipping for an hour and a half after the round. And it shows how much they put into their craft.
Actually, yeah, absolutely correct. I mean, I think that the putting here the greens are so true, and if you put a good stroke on it, you can make some putts. But you've got to also know if you're, uphill or above the hole. I mean, I saw some kids put it off the green, because it's just, it just depends where you are. So it's good that they're out there honing their craft and working at it, and I think you're going to see that pay off. It looks like we've seen some great golf scores today on the boys' side as well as the girls' side. Ooh.
Tough one there as it lips out at 18. And it's something, too, that this golf course can bait you into a shot that you are not comfortable with. You're more comfortable with a flop shot. You try to go with a bump and run, and you chunk it and you leave it short, or vice versa, and you skull it and send it across the green. that's something this golf course does to you because of the way that it plays.
Absolutely. It really does kind of taunt you a little bit. Like, oh, you want to go for it. You want to hit driver on 11, or you want to do something that if you really just be patient. And that's what I said to my son. He said, I'm still going to try to drive 11 tomorrow. So I don't think he took my advice, but
How did that work today?
it didn't work so great.
Okay.
I bogeyed it yesterday, parred it today, but I thought, you know what? He's like, but I birdied it the first day. So that's apparently what we're going to remember. And hopefully these girls, I think the girls sometimes play a little smarter than the boys. So hopefully
I've said that so many times. They're not trying to swing out of their cleats and hit it 300 yards. They're precise and putting it out there. And I think that's sometimes why that we see some of the scores here for the girls. They play better at this course because of that reason. They can place it more than that, ram and jam it down the fairway as far as you can go.
Absolutely. If you look at the past champions, I know I'm familiar with Vicky Getz. I always idolized her growing up. She won here, I think, a couple times. One of the most solid straight players on the LPGA at her during her time. Whitney Wade was another one that could just place it. So a lot of times the girls are not looking to hit the 250-yard drive. They're more like, well, what'd you make on that hole? And so I don't know if the boys ever, I think they figure it out at some point, and I know distance is a big part of their game too, but I do think the girls play very smart, leave it in the right spots, and then give themselves some good looks at birdie.
Well, Leanne, it's been a pleasure and honor to speak with you in this. If you want to come back over tomorrow before you go out with your son, I would love to have you join me on the broadcast.
I would love it. I have a lunch date with Tom Cooksey and Pat, but I'm going to visit with them for a bit. But I'll come out for a little bit. I would love to come for maybe 15 minutes
Absolutely.
and just say hi. And this is kind of a fun perspective. I'm getting all the new perspectives, the mom perspective, the
broadcast perspective.
The broadcast. This is really cool. So
well, very appreciative. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
Thank you. It sure is a great start to a special week. So
Thank you very
for
much.
having me.
Leanne Harden Cravey joining us here. 4-time winner here in this tournament. All right, so our final groups making their way up 18 as we finish up our first day here at the 2024 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance here at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club. It has been a long day for the crew and everyone here, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow morning as we get set to bring you coverage of round 2. So let me check in with my crew behind me here. Where are we, gentlemen? How many do we still have? Okay. So we've got a group back at 16 green and then 17 and 18 to work through, and we will call this a close for day number 1. That's a beautiful still shot of 15.
There's only 2 of them, so. All right, you're live. Yeah, there's only 2 in this group. Yeah, 16.
All right, back to 16 now.
They just get paired up and play together. So they all.
Getting your leaderboard over on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm getting ready to get a new update to it in just a moment. My producer tells me. But a big, great thanks to our friends at the AJGA that worked with us to allow us to be able to pull this information much easier than what we did last year. Jeff has not been sweating today. I mean, he's been almost back here in a recliner. I don't think we've almost made it too easy on him, I think.
Well, I'm around the fence. I don't have a golf cart.
Yeah, there's no golf carts chasing him. He got hit by a golf cart a couple of weeks ago at a baseball game. So, he's a little gun shy at everything. Maybe in my truck. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's the new leaderboard.
All right, new leaderboard is up. So a new tie for 4th. Daniel He posted an early 6 under, about midday. Back to 17 now, and a tough little chip shot here off the green left. Yeah, he was out in the 740 group, which was about 9 o'clock this morning by the time that group got out. This is the ball. You've got it up slow, uphill. Try to throw this one up in the air and then let it settle. And tried to bump and run that one and didn't get it there. And that's what Leanne was just talking about is sometimes you just don't get it right and you get it in a bad position. Watching live over here is from I just had a tough shot over at 18 that flew well past the green, almost got to the golf cart that goes down to 10. Hearing some balls starting to fly as the members are coming out late, playing their evening rounds. That's a lot too, and that they talked about is talking with Jeff Bostic, and he said the members give up the course for a week. They just basically step aside. They can come out and play in the evenings, but you're not going to get out here early in the morning. And when a lot of these people like to come out and play when it's nice and cool and it's not in the heat and everything, because the temperatures have certainly skyrocketed over the last couple of hours, and it's something that you understand the importance of this event to this country club and to this Ashland community, and you step aside for the betterment of the kids. And I think it's a great thing to see, and very appreciative of everybody here at Bellefonte Country Club for everything that they do for our adventures here and how they support everything that we do, as well as the great folks at Natural Resource Partners and Encova Insurance. We couldn't do everything we do without their great support. And of course, all the great staff at the AJGA, our third year doing the Bluegrass Junior. And again, we've tried to take it to the next level every single year. And that's something we like to do at Cool TV is we don't get satisfied. We always want to try to push it to the next level. So I had planned on being out on the course for all 3 rounds, but unfortunately we had a member of our crew today had a family emergency, was not able to join us. So that locked me in here at the control station for the commentary today, and I'll be back with you again tomorrow. And then Friday we'll see what it brings. But I would like to be out on the course, but if I need to be here, I'll be here. So either way, it's been a fun day of golf, to say the least, as we wrap things up here on our opening round of the 2025 Bluegrass Junior.
I said, can you hear me? I was asking if you could hear me. You obviously can. We're good.
Coverage will begin at approximately 11 o'clock in the morning, barring that we do not get any more fog delays. We got hammered this morning for an hour and 15 minutes, and it was dense fog. It got heavier between 7 and 7:30. It really dropped down. And then about 7:45, the sun peeked through the clouds just enough to start burning that fog away. And then by 8 o'clock, it really was gone, and they were able to get things rolling at 8:15. So nice putt there at 17. Great look there from the United Rentals tower cam out on the course. All right, we're going to step out for one final break. We'll come back and bring you home for the final couple of holes here at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance from Bellefonte Country Club on Cool TV.
Since 1932, we've been a proud part of Kentucky, dedicated to serving our members with integrity, respect, and a commitment to excellence. We believe that by working together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Whether you're saving for a new home, planning for retirement, or starting your own business, we're here to help you every step of the way. So stop wishing and start doing. And let's build a financially successful future together. Thank you for being a part of our journey.
The Greenup County Public Library system is the best. Read the latest bestsellers in large print, regular print, or audio CDs. You can also check out movies or place a hold on a book on our website or call one of the library locations to place a hold. There are community meeting rooms available by reservation at all locations for clubs and organizations. And be sure to check out the Jesse Stewart collection at the Greenup County branch. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter. Primary Plus is celebrating 40 years of its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health care. With over 11 primary care locations throughout the region, Primary Plus believes in our communities and our patients. The Primary Plus name means primary care plus so much more, offering extended services such as women's health, pediatrics, dental, counseling, diabetes management, infusion services, and on-site pharmacy that offers free delivery. Primary Plus believes in connecting health care for you and your family and is always welcoming new patients. Learn more at primaryplus.net.
If you can picture yourself in a better job and a better life, there are thousands of openings in Kentucky right now. And with the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, you can prepare for many of them tuition-free. Good at Ashland Community and Technical College. This scholarship offers 100% free tuition for classes that can prepare you for a great job in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and more in as little as 13 weeks. Get started today at workreadykentucky.com.
Hello, everyone. I am Rick Clark. Let me introduce you to Carlisle, Annabelle, and Zach.
And as you can tell by these commercials, this family has a lot of fun.
We have a great team here at Clark's.
And we would love for you to join our family.
Whether you're a young person looking for your first job, someone who's looking for extra work, or maybe you're ready to start a career at a growing company, we want to talk to you. To find out more and start the process, go to myclarkspns.com.
Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return,
refresh,
refuel.
Back here at Bellefonte Country Club and the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. Joined now by our tournament director, Matthew O'Connell. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well. How are you guys?
We're wonderful. It's been a crazy long day. Fog was not our friend this morning, but you guys did a great job this morning. And again, it's one of those deals. You've got players, they're ramped up, they're ready to go, and you got to tell them to stop.
Yeah.
How hard of a thing is that?
Yeah, especially when it's something like fog. You just never know. The question is always how long it's going to be. How long is it going to be? It's like we just look out from the first tee and can't see anything. So we're just waiting alongside them, and they're energetic as it is, and then you get them ready to go for a competition like that, and you just gotta just give them enough time once we do make that call. Give them enough time to get that energy back up. Some people may go grab Chick-fil-A and sit down, and then all of a sudden, hey, we're going in 5 minutes. Can't really do that for them. So you got to give them enough time to get back together. But no, it's working with the team, working with the golf course, and making sure everything's ready to go for them in safe conditions. And got them off going, and it's been a beautiful day ever since.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's been a great day, and the course has really showed out for sure. We've got our leaders. We've 11 players in red figures on the boys' side, 6 under leading with Daniel He, and on the girls' side, what a phenomenal grouping that we have. We've got the last 3 champions in the same group, along with Madison Kosho, who is right there in the mix as well, and we get to see them again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a fantastic group. Our girls field is extremely talented this week. I know a few of them personally from other events we've worked in, and our girls are just insanely talented in general that we get to work with around all of our events, and especially this one. And Meadow and Athena have some history together at this event, and they're going to be battling again tomorrow and potentially again on Friday for the final round.
Yeah, you look at Meadow, she trailed a little bit and then made a move. Athena fell off, and then Athena slam dunks one at about a 35-footer at 18 for birdie and gets back to even par and two behind the lead. I mean, in a game that it's all momentum driven, that is so huge with your psyche after giving 3 back and then getting one at 18. That's huge.
Especially on this golf course, through the back 9, there's places for you to score, and some places where you're not expecting to get any shots. And a long putt on 18 isn't one of those where you expect to be able to catch back up. So it's definitely like I said, they have some history playing with each other and against each other at this event, and I'm sure they have a lot of fun with it too, and just going back and forth and competing together.
Yeah, your first time here at Bellefonte Country Club. What do you take away from your experience so far here in, I guess that was your third or fourth day of being in the area?
Yeah, so you hear about the event. It's been going on for 42 years and all that, and you can hear as much as you want about it from all the other people that have been here in my shoes in the past, and with Ryan Flanagan overseeing the region for the last 10 years or so now, and you can hear about how great everyone is, and it's never as great as it actually is. It's incredible. The people here are amazing. The golf course here is just incredible to work with, and just the support in the community. You come to a place like this, and we refer to it as like the Super Bowl in Ashland. Is what we refer to this week as sometimes, and it's incredible to just come out here, and just everyone wants to be involved, wants to show out for the event and for the juniors, and they'll follow along some of these juniors' names for years now in the future. Obviously we got famous people like Justin Thomas and Leanne herself as well that have been through this event, and you just follow them along, and it's hard to have something live up to the hype, and it just absolutely over exceeds expectations.
Yeah, you look at that winners board over there, and I mean, you can get starstruck going up and down, both on the men and women's side of things, of some of the names that's on there, and thinking about this little town, this little golf course, and that's where some of them started.
Yeah, it's incredible. It just shows how great the game is, and it can be anywhere. Anywhere can be your start. We were told from some members in the past few days that the first time Justin Thomas played here, he Monday qualified in. It wasn't expected to make the event, wasn't expected anything, and then obviously goes on to become two-time winner here, goes to Alabama, and goes on the PGA Tour, and all of his success since then. So it can start anywhere, and it doesn't matter if you're what part of the country you're in, what part of the country you're from, tall, short, hit the ball 300 yards or whatnot. It can be any week can possibly be that breakthrough for you. And, this event especially, it gets some attention from some college coaches as well. And, people might leave this event this week with some commitments.
Something I said during the broadcast, I said the field that we get when you do an AJGA event, you have just about every continent that's habitable represented in the field. And I think that's what we get here this week as well.
Yeah, we have 5 countries represented this week. I'm sure there's some more that we don't see maybe listed out as well, but it's incredible to see the lengths that people will travel to get a chance to compete. It's hard to get in some of our events here and there, and that just shows how strong the game is and how powerful the game is at this age group now, and how strong the level of competition is too.
So tomorrow we cross our fingers, hoping no more fog, which we know is a certain potential of an issue. But again, tomorrow the field flips. Ladies go out first, followed by the boys. But we're expecting temperatures to get a little warmer tomorrow as well, and certainly going to start drying things out a little bit. Do you expect the scores to maybe start coming down a little closer to where we expected them, or is there a big score somebody can go out there early and try to throw out?
I'm never gonna bet against the players that we have. There's always, anyone can, like you said, momentum. Anyone can catch hot on any single day, especially with the temperatures rising. But yeah, we're expecting it to potentially regress back to, closer to even par, some rounds over par, like you said, with the greens kind of firming up a little bit, and you got to make it a little harder on day 2 to really make them count when they make the cut.
Yeah, pin placements on Friday, I love. They are. It's funny, we play this the same week as the U.S. Open, and we get true U.S. Open pin placements on Friday, and some of the holes, it forces you to find shots in your golf game that you didn't know you had.
Yeah, it's so important to be on the right spot, not only on the green, but in the fairways on this golf course. And I know you're from around the area, and you probably know the golf course better than I do, but we try to set it up for every talent level, every shot shape to be included throughout the round at some point, and just making sure that it's a full round of golf and it's a full bag that you have to bring to this event. You don't necessarily need a driver to succeed out here. Obviously, we saw last year with the scores, it helps certainly, but you don't necessarily need a driver out here to succeed, and that I think that's a really unique aspect to this golf course as well.
I said sometimes the best move you can make playing this golf course is putting your driver in the trunk before you get out of the car.
Certainly.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to brag on your great staff because you guys have been top notch. I mean, all week long that we've worked with you guys, and it's always been that way. But I mean, you have got a stellar staff that you guys have had here all week and into last week getting set up for this. Brag on them a little bit.
Yeah, I will always take the opportunity to. We have a fantastic group of interns here this week. They are in their third week of their summer internship, led by an assistant as well, who's in his third week in the role. And they've just been, growing and learning every week, and just willing to work is just the biggest thing we always ask for. Willing to work and people skills. That's we can't really teach those, so we want people that can do that. We can teach them the golf side of it. That's what I'm here for with the rules officiating. We can help them out with that over the radio, and just the biggest thing coming to an event like this where there is so much support and so much history and so much tradition, we have to live up to that. And that's just the biggest ask that we give the staff every week. And we have heard nothing but great things from the volunteers also, who, like I said, know this course and know this area and this event so much more than we do. So it's a great group, and I actually get to work with them a few weeks from now again in another event, and I'm excited. And obviously Ryan Flanagan as well, fantastic overseeing the event. I work with him fairly often, and he and I have gotten very close, and this is a very special event to him, being in his home state as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, tomorrow you get an opportunity to come over. We'll do some golf. I know today you were crazy busy, and I didn't want to bother you, but I greatly appreciate the time, and thank you for everything you guys do for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for being out here and for showcasing the event. And I hope it's anything we need tomorrow. We'll make sure we have it for you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Matthew O'Connor, our tournament director, joining us here in the broadcast. All right, so we're up at 18 with some putts to finish things up. I think our last group has teed off at hole number 18, so this should be Christina Chill, Madison Salmon, and Karina Jadhav. And Jadhav was up on the leaderboard earlier. She's down a stroke, so she's at +3, so still within contention. Again, plans to start at 11 in the morning. And again, the fog is a possibility tomorrow, so we'll see how things work. So if we're not on at 11, that's the reason, is because we've been delayed. We'll try to get a message out as well whenever we get ready for that. But temperatures will get a little warmer tomorrow, and then again on Friday. And Friday, we're not going to talk about anything about what Friday is. Friday's just going to be another day, and we're not going to talk about a number that's associated with it or the fact that it's hanging under a full moon. If you did not see the moon last night, it was beautiful. It was a blood moon. Was it strawberry? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's called I did not know that. There you go. Now you learned something. The strawberry moon is what I was told, but it was beautiful. It looked like a blood moon. It was lit up so nice. And I walked out and I looked up and I was like, man, I'm glad I'm not teaching this week. Yeah, we're not saying that number. We're not going to talk about that at all. But yeah, we'll get going probably about 10:30 on Friday. The field will be cut down, and we'll see about getting out on the golf course again. It's depending on if we have another person available for our crew or not, and if not, then we'll do what we can. But we're going to try to add some stuff in tomorrow for some minor stuff, but we'll see how we get it from there, and we'll roll with it from that. So let's go through our scoreboards up while we wait for our group to make up the trip up 18. Let's go ladies first. We'll just check the front page of our leaderboards. Again, Meadow Tien are looking for her third consecutive championship. She was under par last year, 7 over 2 years ago. The lady chasing her is the lady who won here in 2022, Athena Singh. They know each other well. Both of them are tied with Leanne Craven with the course records of Singh did it in 22. Tien did it last year. And then Madison Koshko is also in that same group. They tee off at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And, I mean, it was a phenomenal threesome to follow today. So they're tied for second. Two-way tie for 2 under with Wu and Munn. Gao, Zhao, Jadhav, Liu, and Lim round out your front page of the girls' leaderboard. Now for the men, it was Daniel He he was out in the 5th group this morning. He threw up a quick 64, 6 under par. Talon Bean was up at 5 under, stays at 4. Ben Cowgill is at 4 under. Kiyu Wu and Daniel Loxton at 2 under. And then a group at 1 under, along with one other player on the second page, with 11 of those players that are there at that point. So Seamus O'Halloran rounds out that 1 under place. All right, let's go back out on the course. We're out at 18. And we got 2 players, one in the fairway, one down in the rough. The one in the rough is going to go first. So that shot cleared the green. Now the shot from the fairway. And we've got one more group behind this. Is that correct? Or this is the last group. Okay. This is our final twosome here of Elizabeth Wang and Ada Yee. Finds that one on. Rolls it up there nicely. Not a bad shot from right there. A birdie look coming up at 18. Again, a big thanks to all of our great sponsors this week that has joined us with our coverage. As always, Clark's Pump and Shop of the Tri-State, Ashland Community Technical College, First National Bank, Primary Plus, Members Choice Credit Union, the Greenup County Public Library, Borders Sporting Goods, Bellefonte Country Club, Kurt Robinson State Farm Insurance, and our wonderful sky cams that we've had today from United Rentals. Of course, all the great folks at Natural Resource Partners and Encova Insurance, the wonderful staff of the AJGA, everyone here at Bellefonte Country Club. Can't say thank you enough to everything that they do to allow us to do this and provide you great coverage of this event. Now, in its 42nd season, 42 years. That is a long time. And especially in today's age when things are in a throwaway society and things 4 or 5 years and it's like it's changed. And you see something that has longevity that stays together that long. That's remarkable. And it just says so much about the importance of not only this event, but also what this community does to make this event special. Okay, so this shot is over closer to 16 green. And our camera operator, he is going to have a bird's eye view of this one because this shot is going to go right past him. Trying to get the alignment, the paces. Again, this one's going to be a very tough shot to try to land and keep it on the green without it rolling out. This is as close as you're going to get into a golf shot without being on the golf course. I mean, it is coming right into your living room here. The lie looks good. The only thing I worry about is the rough is pointed back. So you're going against the grain here. Got a nice little dance onto the green. Nope, just short. Needed about one more hop forward. But still, from that point, that's not a bad spot. So that chip coming up will be for par. And then the ball down here is going to be a birdie putt to wrap things up here on our final day of day number 1. Again, a hat tip to my great crew this first day of the event. Our executive producers, Jeff Irwin, executive directors, Trey Collier, out on the course today. Jacob Hankins, Cam Bryan, Philip Roark, Katie Irwin, and Felicia Collier.
this should be our last Thing Flag football season, I'm pretty sure.
Pulled that one a little bit to the left and left some work to do still for a bogey putt. And again, that's how quickly things can happen on this course is you fly a shot, you leave one right, left. I mean, it can put you in just handcuffs to where a big number can come in so easily. But a low number here for an opportunity for a birdie. Good roll. In and out. Had the line just too much on it. So we'll tap in there for the par. Nothing worse than a lip out at 18. Well, actually, there is a lip out at 18 that gives you a bogey. At least that was a birdie putt. This is for bogey here. Here the pickleballers going down across the way. One of the new things they've added over here at Bellefonte the last couple of years. Good putt, and it drops in for bogey. And with that, day number 1 is in the books. A big thanks to our great crew here today, all of our great sponsors. That's going to wrap us up for day number 1 here at the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Again, we'll be with you beginning at 11 o'clock in the morning, barring that we do not get any delays due to the fog. And if we do, we'll put a message out on our in the chat box there for the live stream of what time that we plan on going, but we'll probably delay about whatever the time is for the delay of the fog if we do run into that. But for now, we plan on seeing you tomorrow morning at 11. Thank you so much for joining us here for day number 1 from Bellefonte Country Club. For all the great staff here with Cool TV, I'm James Collier saying so long. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning for the 2025 Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. We go to the second round tomorrow morning right here on Cool TV.
Thank you for watching the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. This broadcast of the 2025 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance has been an exclusive sports presentation of Cool TV.